Zdravo svima i dobrodošli na konferenciju o budućnosti koja je već stigla. Verujem da veliki broj nas pre par godina nije mogao ni da zamisli šta će nam sve tehnologija doneti i da ćemo biti u mogućnosti da radimo sa plaže, iz pidžame, sa različitih lokacija, raščupani i neumiveni nekad. Pa verujem da smo se svi nekada našli u toj situaciji u prethodnih par godina, da radimo vrlo slobodno i fleksibilno. Ipak za današnji događaj vidim da smo se svi malo upristojili i da ćemo imati prilike da se podržimo i upoznamo, kako je danas jedna sjajna prilika da uživo podelimo iskustva sa ljudima koji dele freelance i startup svet na konferenciji The Future is Remote u organizaciji Native Teamsa, našeg domaćina ovde, tako da ja ispred Native Teamsa želim da vam poželim dobrodošlicu. Nadam se da ćete uživati. Moje ime je Dijana Kotić i bit ću vaš vodič danas kroz inspirativna predavanja i panele. Pripremili smo vam zaista jako interesantan sadržaj, tako da ću ukratko napraviti uvod o tome šta vas sve čeka danas. Prvo ćemo čuti više o vođenju biznisa sa svrhom, partnerstvima koje pomažu razvoju, kako se ostvaruju snovi kroz fundraising, čućemo više o prilikama i izazovima na srpskoj startup sceni, kao i benefitima i prilikama za zapošljavanje internacionalnih timova i freelancera u okviru startupa. Pored toga, čućemo genijalne biznis ideje od 10 startupa koji će ih pičavati investitorima. I u međuvremenu nas naravno čekaju pauze za ručak, upoznavanje, dok od 18 časova nas čeka proglašenje pobednika i žurka. Verujem da jedva čekate da počnem. Iako ove face mi ne deluju previše entuzijastično, ne znam da li je jutro, pa zato sve nekako pomalo pospano. Šta kažete? Jutro. Ko organizuje konferenciju i danas? Dobro. Za početak bih da predstavim našeg domaćina danas, kompaniju Native Teams, koja je omogućila da se ova prva konferencija desi. Native Teams pomaže radnicima da dobiju status zaposlenog u Srbiji i još 40 zemalja, da budu plaćeni na vreme i da uživaju svim benefitima freelancinga, kao što su plaćeni doprinosi i porezi. Ideja je nastala prirodno, kako su se i osnivači sami susreli sa izazovima na ovom tržištu. 2018. godine je testiran proizvod da bi 2020. godine bio lansiran i vizija Native Teamsa je da vrati slobodu freelancerima. Sad malo više o viziji kompanije će podeliti i osnivač koji je ovde tu sa nama, tako da ću ja preći na engleski jezik i samo predstaviti našeg prvog predavača, Jack Thorgooda, koji je osnivač, kao što sam rekla. Jack Thorgood is CEO and founder of Native Teams, serial entrepreneur, who had multiple successful ventures before founding Native Teams. Jack will share with us interesting things on the topic of leading with purpose, building a company that makes a difference. Jack, please join us here and share. Jedna mala napomena, na kraju predavanja Jackovog moćete da postavite pitanja, imat ćete QR kod na ekranu, tako da poslednjih 50 minuta će biti rezervisano za to, umeđu vremenu ćete moći da skenirate i da se pripremite za ispitivanje. Jack, I just shared it. They will be able to ask you some questions in the end. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And thank you for bearing with me whilst I speak in English as well. Some of our other colleagues arranged a session once upon a time on Albanian breakfast television live. I was meant to have an earpiece that translated what the Albanian presenter was telling me, but there was like static, so and I couldn't really hear a thing. So there's never been more of a car crash TV than me on Albanian breakfast television. Cool. So the topic today is leading with a purpose and building a business that matters. But to be frank, really what I wanted to do is just talk a little bit about our journey to date. Obviously, we're still early days. We're still a startup very much, but we've already learned a little bit along the way. So the unicorn. So I know unicorn has a kind of a financial meaning. It's meant to be a startup that gets to be worth $1 billion US. But to be frank, I think it's become a little bit more shorthand for success, for making it. And it's a journey that we're all on as startups. We're not all going to get to be worth $1 billion by any stretch. But I guess our hope is that we're all going to make it in our own little way. But it's a long and winding journey. It's plenty of peaks to scale and valleys to kind of fall down the other side. And we're kind of really just on the first step of that journey. But even so, Native Teams has been around for a couple of years now, and we've already learnt a lot along that journey, some of which I hope might be useful to share. So just as a bit of background for those that don't know about Native Teams. So Native Teams is a combination of payment tools and employment options. So we give all of our users an IBAN, a Visa card, the ability to easily invoice their client. So that's kind of fundamentally the payment side of things. But what's really important, what's quite unique about Native Teams, is we also have employment options. So if you're receiving money in from perhaps fantastic clients or employers overseas, if it comes into the Native Teams wallet, we can pay it out through a local employment contract through the payroll system, so you're paying your taxes, your social contributions and all the rest of it, just to make that side of things really easy. Just another little part of what we do as well, and this is perhaps a more recent addition, but we try and help our users a bit more with tax, because tax for freelancers can be, taxing can be quite complicated, and that's an element that we really try and help, because we obviously have that combination of the payment tools and the connection with the tax authorities through the payroll system, so we help a little bit there as well. That's just to set some context. So when our team kind of mentioned, look, we should really talk a little bit about the purpose that we have as a company, it made me think a bit, well, what is the purpose? And when we started Native Teams, we had a blank canvas effectively. I did a startup before. I did a company called InPlayer, based in Skopje in London, which I exited personally in 2013, so some time ago. It did another exit. I got acquired about 2 months ago. So that was a journey that I guess I've kind of seen from the start. But also when I started Native Teams, it's very much, right, what do we want to do? What's going to work for us? And when I was trying to figure out, well, what did I want to do next after InPlayer? I spent quite a bit of time just building software for others, trying to figure out, well, perhaps inspiration will hit, perhaps whilst we're building stuff for others, something will kind of chime with what we're building. But actually, what chimed was the nuts and bolts of how we were building it. So we had a team of, I don't know, 12 or 13 people or something like that, based in Macedonia, Serbia. I think we had one in Slovenia as well. And at some point, the penny dropped that actually these guys weren't getting paid properly. So we had some fantastic clients in the US, in Australia. I was obviously based in the UK, but actually we had a great designer from Skopje leave us because he wanted to get a mortgage and he couldn't do because he didn't have proper local employment. So actually that was the inspiration of the product of Native Teams, to really think, well, how can we solve this problem for ourselves? And then the mission piece. So I remember I read an article by Paul Graham, the guy who founded Y Combinator, I think 10 years ago or something along those lines. And it's very much about how the US should remove all barriers to entry. Everybody should go tech talent should go to the west coast of the States and work for Bay Area startups. And I was thinking, well, I'm sure that's great for America, but to be honest with you, for talent, for great people in the countries that have raised them, have educated them, it's rubbish. It's kind of America's tax on the world. So we kind of had a bit of a mission start to arise at that point. And actually, that combination of a practical product that solves our own problem and I guess a kind of top-level mission is perhaps what defines our purpose. So the journey so far. So as I mentioned, we're kind of still early days. I'm not trying to say we've made it. We've kind of done all of these steps. We've still got a long way to go. But we have already learnt a lot. So a bit of a background on the story so far. So we launched Native Teams July 2021 in Macedonia. We wanted to launch, I mean, obviously Macedonia we know well anyway, but we wanted to launch in a small country, really where if we got it a little bit wrong, it was fine. We'd still have plenty of opportunity to iterate and experiment and kind of move our way out of that. Thankfully, we kind of got it right from day one. We were lucky enough to have a bunch of users, even paying customers, sign up in that first month. Fast forward to the end of 2022, so we finished the year in about 45 countries, something like that. And as we start 2023, we're nearly 100 employees now. So the journey's been quite something. It's been quite torrid at times. We started 2022 with, I think, about 20 or so team members and ended it with closing in on 100. So there's a lot of growth, a lot of learnings along the way. So I tried to break this down into two parts, obviously tying into the kind of theme of today, what we've learned about remote. So the first thing that we've really learned about remote is everybody's different. So We're in, I think, 20 plus countries now, and the biggest mistakes I've ever made, actually not just with native teams, but back when I ran in player as well, was judging everybody through the same cultural lens as I look at things myself. Everybody's different. British people are different from Americans, from Swedes, from Serbians, etc. And if you don't take that into account when you're dealing with remote and distributed workforces, you can really put your foot in it badly, as I certainly have done in the past. But also everybody's the same. We had a gathering last September, I think, where we had team members from about 12 countries come together in Macedonia to run the Bitola Half Marathon, just for some team building, I guess more so than the fitness components. But what we really struck was how everybody, whether they were from Turkey or from Serbia or from Azerbaijan, I think was the furthest, or Portugal, everybody's kind of the same. Everybody enjoys spending time with one another. But also everybody wants a good quality job. They want to be treated well and considerately and what have you. And I think that's a mistake that people can make. They can think, particularly when working remote, that there's a head office and everybody else is kind of an outsourced person or whatever it might be. And that's certainly something which people can make a mistake with that one. Within native teams, not everybody works remote. I kind of think that the word remote has been a little bit bastardized. I've always thought of ourselves as a distributed company. So we don't have one big head office and then some people working independently of that. And within native teams, we have some small offices. We have a small office here in Belgrade. Well, I think we have about 7 or so in total. And really that they don't cost us a fortune, but just having that flexibility for our team is a really nice way for them to perhaps get a bit of a change from the 4 walls that they'll be working in at home as well. Unfortunately, not everybody works out remote. So over the years since we've been doing native teams, we've certainly found that some people, it doesn't work for them. And it's kind of a really interesting one. We kind of used to find, particularly in the earlier days, that 80% of our problems would come from 20% or so of the people. And I know the future is remote, and I'm not wanting to say that perhaps for those people that don't work remote, the future isn't quite so bright. But certainly some people just kind of get stuff, some people don't get things. And that's where we've always found the problems, is if you find yourself having to really over-explain things to people, whereas if you're in an office, you could probably say, well, hang on a second, look, it's here on the screen, but actually if you're remote, you can't do that. And certainly some people just don't get things quickly, and it's a problem. Culture really matters as well. So as I mentioned earlier, we grew a lot last year, and it was a fun journey, but it's a little bit stressful at times. And we've never been a company for micromanaging, but to be completely honest, I think at times last year we didn't really do any managing at all of some areas of the business. There was some of our teams that just had to get on with stuff as best as they could do. And when we've kind of really looked for a cultural fit, so around mission and vision and values, if we know that all of our team members, kind of broadly speaking, share the same kind of culture in terms of where we're trying to take the company, what matters to the company, that actually helped them make really good, informed decisions themselves. And far more times than not, they would make the decisions that we would have made ourselves anyway if we'd have had the time to have been involved in those. So culture fit has been really important for us. So what we've learned about the kind of, I guess, more corporate components of the journey so far. So first off, that there's always change. So I guess I'd never really thought about organisational design. I didn't even really know that organisational design was a thing as we started last year. But we've been through probably 3 rounds of that. And what I mean is different people reporting to different different hierarchical structures, different areas of the business, covering different pieces of the workflow. And what we've tended to find is we would grow in one area of the company, we'd fix a scalability problem there, and that would just kind of pass the bottleneck down further on in the country, in the company. So we've had to do a whole range of changes over the last year or so. I'm sure we'll have to do many more moving forwards. And again, having that kind of culture of people that are happy to kind of ride with that and think, well, I was doing this job yesterday and now I'm being asked to do something else. It's really helped us grow and helped us kind of absorb some of those growth pains as they've come. I think one of the things that's really helped us as well, and I guess this is kind of it would seem obvious. You kind of think, well, hang on a second, every startup wants to be about growth. But we've really focused on growth. We focused on growth more than we focused on product, more than we, to be frank, sometimes focused on process. And that's really helped us, I think, achieve and exceed all of our ambitions, because it seems obvious, but it would have been so easy to think, well, hang on a second, we can't grow because this isn't perfect or that isn't perfect. And there's a whole, perfect is the enemy of the good adage. And certainly that's really applied to us. And I think by having this focus on growth, by our biz dev team and some of our commercial teams really kind of aiming for the stars, it's kind of brought the rest of the products and the rest of the company up alongside that. Not without problems, not without some complaints along the way, but it's really been very important for us. I think one of the things that's kind of really struck me, and this is, I guess, more personal than from the business perspective, is how there's probably more problems today than there would have been 18 months ago. If when we started this journey, if somebody had said, hey, Jack, 18 months' time and you won't be having to worry so much about making payroll or the kind of the existential problems that come with actually running a startup, I'd have said, well, fantastic, that sounds like a happy life. But actually, there's still problems, there's still stresses, there's still strains, there's still things that go wrong. So anybody that's on that startup journey, that's always going to be the case, to be honest with you, at whatever stage one gets to. And finally, and this is kind of, I guess I come at this from a different perspective. So there's a couple of investors here today I know, and we always read in TechCrunch and on those kind of sites that team is really important, that investors invest in team and all the rest of it. To be honest, I'm not saying that for that purpose whatsoever. Working for a startup, running a startup, it's really intense. It's really kind of hard work. I don't think any of us particularly do it for the money. We do it because we want to make our own little dent on the universe or whatever it might be. And of course you can't do everything yourself, but more importantly, if you're putting in the really hard work and making those efforts every single day, if you don't have a team that you want to do it with, then really what's the point? Because I see my team, to be frank, more than my wife and kids pretty much. And actually to have a team that you want to work with, that you enjoy spending time with, that you perhaps bring out the best of one another is just the most fundamentally crucial thing, certainly that we found along the journey. I think that was it. Those are the kind of the few things I wanted to just kind of cover this morning with my part of the presentation. I think one just final thing to leave everybody with, though, we're really happy to help. So obviously from a commercial perspective, if you do have payments from abroad or you want some assistance on the tax and stuff, well, of course we can help with that side of things. But even more so, if there's anything that I've mentioned today, or you might think, well, hang on a sec, I'm perhaps embarking upon the startup journey. How did Native Teams kind of cover that particular issue? We'd love to help on that side of things too. No axe to grind or anything, but just please do reach out to us. That's it from my side, and thanks very much. And any questions?
Sad ja bih vas pozvala da, we have questions here, Jack. Who wants to ask a question? You can scan the QR code, and I don't know how much time do we have, but we will start with questions.
So perhaps if we go from the top one, what was the biggest blocker for us when it came to fundraising? To be honest with you, we didn't really have too many major blockers on that one. And that, I think, goes back to my slide about the importance of growth. Because I guess kind of a product is all about what it could be, what it might be, but traction is actually what's happening right now, what's real. And certainly because we can show to prospective investors, look, we've had this fantastic growth even from day one. Even if perhaps some of the product demos might have looked a little bit rough and a little bit ropey, that didn't really matter because it really validated that people are actually buying what Native Teams is selling. So I think from our perspective, there weren't too many problems. I think we were, to be frank, we were probably a bit luckier than some, and this sounds like a difficult one because there's not so much anybody can do about it, but because I'm British, because our company is headquartered in the UK, that certainly helped things. And I know for European audiences, London, even if you're not from the UK, is still a very easy country to raise money from compared to perhaps some others. So certainly look international when it comes to raising money. It was easier for us because we have that component about the business, but it shouldn't really be a blocker for anybody else as well. And of course, there's a lot more funds, I think, now in this region perhaps than there were 5 or 10 years ago, some of whom are here today. But we were lucky, and I don't take that for granted at all. In terms of some of the most interesting and complicated markets that we work in, so Nigeria, to be honest with you. So we launched in Nigeria in October of last year, and everybody I've ever met that's ever been to Nigeria has always said, never go to Nigeria. It's like the worst place you could ever go to. And we've got some wonderful Nigerian colleagues, I hasten to add, and I'm not meaning to be disparaging about the country as a whole, but certainly the biggest issue we had from Nigeria was attempts at fraud that we hadn't seen anywhere else. So we use a KYC program called SumSub. And that allows you to kind of go through a validation side of things. So you can put your passport photo in and it will say, yep, this is Jack, this is his passport, he's a real person. And in most of the European countries, I think that pass rate is about 94 to 96% or something. In Nigeria, it was 67%. And we've kind of, our team were kind of hit by a tsunami of these issues. And it caused us a problem because then we have bad reviews because people haven't been accepted into the platform, and it caused us some issues. But certainly it's been interesting and challenging, and our team there have been great at helping us overcome some of those challenges. In terms of onboarding some of the kind of key team members, so really we started to onboard kind of key functional heads, I guess, probably about halfway through last year. But actually, funnily enough, it wasn't until I mentioned we went through several rounds of organisational design, and those were some real growth pains because we'd hit a ceiling, we'd have to change something and kind of reorg who was working for somebody else. When we got to about, let's say 90 people or something at the end of last year, actually by that time we had quite a few different departments, we had different department heads, and that's made scaling much easier because if we need somebody else in the legal team, well, we can just add somebody else to the legal team, whereas before that, perhaps whoever was running the legal team was also helping out on some other aspect and what have you. So I guess finance and legal, we added those, probably about 9 months or so into the journey. COO, Chief of Staff, that's actually been one of those roles that has changed quite a bit for us over time as well. I still don't think perhaps we're just firming up exactly what we want to have there, but my co-founder Alex, who's currently in our COO role, her remit really varies quite a lot as we go as well. So that's one that's only just coming now. The Chief of Staff role particularly, I've always thought that's a bit of an Americanism, and I want to avoid doing that until later on, but actually we've been really encouraged to take that role by some of our investors because it does kind of take load off of CEOs' shoulders. Yeah, timing for sure. Sorry, so there's one just now about how much does timing affect things, and timing for sure makes a big difference. So there's like macro environmental issues that you really can't help in terms of like the general sentiment, like if there had been a bank run this week, then that would have made, and we'd kind of been plunged into another financial winter like we were in 2008. That would obviously have caused many, many problems. But sometimes it's just a case of having the right idea at the right time and executing in the right way. And with native teams for once, and I can say this because I've been around for a while, that actually we're in the right place at the right time with the right products and the right team. Whereas before, to be honest with you, I've often been in the kind of the right place at the wrong time or the wrong place at the right time, whatever it might be. So that is really important, and you just can't do anything about that one. It just kind of is the luck of the draw, I guess.
Jack, I think that we have to finish now. Thank you so much for answering the questions. I invite people to ask you maybe during breaks additional things that they have. Yeah. Cool. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
One second. Ok, nadam se da smo se malo zagrejali sad sa Jackovim predavanjem. Naš naredni predavač je Nikola Mehandžić, regionalni menadžer za jugoistočnu Evropu u kompaniji Pioneer. Kao direktor poslovnog razvoja za tržišta Zapadnog Balkana, zadužen je za razvoj poslovanja kompanije Pioneer u oblasti prekograničnih plaćanja sa misijom da osnaži firme koje posluju u okviru globalne digitalne ekonomije. Nikola Mehandžić je u kompanija Mastercard i First Data stekao višegodišnje iskustvo u oblastima digitalnog plaćanja, e-trgovine i obradi digitalnih transakcija i odlično zna ovu primjenu na brzim i dinamičnim tržištima. Nikolina tema su partnerstva koje vode razvoju i čućemo od njega koje su lekcije sa Pioneerovog puta na tržištu jugoistočne Evrope. Nikola, možeš da nam se pridružiš? Izvoli.
Hvala puno. Kako je ta najava zvučala komplikovano, čak sam se ja malo čak sam se ja malo zbunio, ali šta je to čime se lokalni pionir tim zapravo bavi ne samo u Srbiji već i regionu i šta je to čime se ja bavim? Mi zapravo olakšavamo pojedincima, biznisima male i srednje veličine i radnicima na daljinu, olakšavamo im posao, nameštamo situaciju tako da oni mogu da se više, zapravo oni, mislim da ste to vi, da zapravo možete više vremena da provedete fokusirajući se na vaš posao i ono što vam je važno, a mnogo manje vremena da se bavite nekom operativom. Ja sad to ne pričam samo zato što se bavim time, već pričam iz jednog vrlo ličnog iskustva. Čak nekoliko godina sam proveo u tom nekom modelu rada gde je potrebno da se ja bavim i nekom operativom i nekim knjigovodstvom i da imam svoju kompaniju ili da imam preduzetničku agenciju i zaključak je da je sve to zaista komplikovano i drago mi je zapravo da postoji jedna ovakva UR platforma, da postoji jedna kompanija kao što je Native Teams, zato što zaista može da reši taj neki problem koji je čak u jednom momentu od mene iziskivao, znači kao jednog radnika na daljinu, ponekada čak i 2 dana mesečno da se ja bavim nekim operativnim poslovima koji mi oduzimaju vreme od onoga čim ja zaista trebam da se bavim. Ja sad ne znam, od neko još ima te probleme kao ja ovde, samo neka podigne ruku čisto da bih shvatio ko je ovde publika, da li još neko znači ima problem da radi na daljinu, da radi za neke strane poslodavce, ali da mu operativa mnogo vremena oduzima. Nema. Jedan čovek. Dobro. Ok. Ono što ću ja danas vam ovde da ispričam, pošto i kompanija Native Teams i Pionir, znači mi negde delimo istu ciljnu grupu koju se obraćamo, ja ću ovde danas malo ispričati više o tome, o tim freelancerima, ali freelanceri u kontekstu radnika na daljinu. Znači, u ovom kontekstu, dakle, freelanceri su svi oni koji imaju nekog stranog poslodavca i pružaju mu usluge. Da li je to pojedinac zapravo ili je to neka mala kompanija, to i nije toliko važno, ali pošto je to naša ciljna grupa, ono što mi jesmo radili je da smo napravili jedno istraživanje i zapravo ovo je u neku ruku ekskluziva zato što to istraživanje se finalizira, evo dok mi sad ovde pričamo, ali finalizira se u smislu ne prikupljanja podataka, već strukture tih podataka, što ne znači da mi već nismo bili u mogućnosti da izvučemo neke glavne uvide kada su u pitanju freelanceri iz regiona jugoistočne Evrope, kojem pripada i Srbija, ali pored Srbije i Hrvatska, Bosna i Hercegovina, Makedonija, Albanija, Crna Gora, znači to su te neke države, to su ta neka tržišta, odakle ću vam ja podeliti određene uvide. Sada ja nemam onako lepu prezentaciju kao Jack što ima u smislu onako šarenu, puno slika. Na mojim prezentacijama postoji i dosta teksta, nadajući se da će neki od vas možda ovu prezentaciju posle pregledati i možda upotrebiti i u neke druge svrhe. Ono što je interesantno, što mogu već sada da podelim pre nego što odemo na više detalja, jeste da su freelanceri zaista imaju značajnu ulogu, ako ne i ključnu ulogu u globalnoj digitalnoj ekonomiji. I to konkretno vidimo kroz podatak koji nam kaže da na globalnom nivou, pošto ovo istraživanje koje sam vam pomenuo, dakle ja ću danas podeliti neke uvide koje smo dobili od freelancera iz regiona jugoistočne Evrope, ali smo mi zapravo ovo istraživanje radili na jednom globalnom nivou, tako da pored lokalnih i regionalnih imamo definitivno i globalne uvide. A globalni uvid kaže da je kod 46% freelancera globalno porasla tražnja za uslugama tokom 2022. godine. Šta to znači? To znači da je taj freelancing i taj rad na daljinu prepoznat i da se zapravo sve više kompanija odlučuje iz različitih razloga. Jedan od njih je što stvarno za jednu kompaniju koja želi da se širi, da se razvija, freelancing i radnici na daljinu predstavljaju jedan onako značajan pool talenata kojima mogu da pristupe i koji će zapravo pomoći njihovo poslovanje. Da ne pričam mnogo o ovom dobu u kom danas živimo, mislim da su svi ovde svedoci da u proteklih 5, možda čak i 10 godina svet se značajno promenio, značajno se promenio način na koji mi živimo, ali isto tako značajno se promenio i način na koji poslujemo. Ono što ja mogu da primetim jeste da živimo u jednoj eri gde su novi poslovni modeli svakodnevnica. Sada neko će možda ovde reći, pa jeste i prošla vremena su bila takva da su se stalno pojavljivali neki poslovni modeli novi. To nije netačno, ali ono što je specifično za ovu eru sada jeste što se pojavljuju poslovni modeli koji su vrlo prilagođeni modernim potrebama, znači potrebama stvarnih, odnosno stvarnim potrebama. Sada, novih poslovnih modela ima zaista veliki broj, ali se koncept njihov nije promenio u odnosu na prošlost, a koncept je ponudite ljudima ono što im treba u momentu kada im treba, nemojte im nuditi ono što im ne treba. I ne znam da li vidite možda ovu sličicu sa desne strane jasno, ali predstavlja čoveka na plaži po sunčanom danu koji nudi deci sladoled. Znači taj koncept se nije promenio, taj koncept mora da da rezultat. Ponudite ono što je potrebno u trenutku kada je to potrebno. Ono što mene posebno raduje da u ovoj eri novih poslovnih modela pojavila se ta kompanija Native Teams koja stvarno tim freelancerima i radnicima na daljinu može da olakša život. Par reči i o kompaniji za koju ja trenutno radim. Jel ima ovde neko ko nije čuo za Payoneer? Pa da podigne ruku. Evo imamo jednu osobu, 2, 3, stidljivo nešto. Ali dobro, bit ću onda brz, pošto većina ljudi je upoznata sa platformom za međunarodna plaćanja Payoneer, koja postoji već 18 godina, zapravo evo od ove godine smo punoletni, čestitam nam. To mnogo znači zato što je Payoneer zapravo jedan od disruptora globalne finansijske industrije, znači neko ko se pojavio, koji je izazvao u tom trenutku tradicionalni način međunarodnih plaćanja koje su nudile banke i ponudio je nešto efikasnije, nešto bolje, nešto prilagođenije modernim potrebama. Od 2010. godine postajemo regulisana kompanija, od tada zapravo počinjemo i da poslujemo profitabilno. Od 2014. godine je core proizvod zapravo predstavljen, koji se i danas koristi i koji danas predstavlja core proizvod. U pitanju su takozvani receiving accounti. Veliki milestone se desio skoro, odnosno 2021. godine, kada je kompanija Payoneer izlistana na američkoj berzi, u pitanju je Nasdaq, ali još jedan, možda za nas ovde lokalno značajniji milestone desio se prošle godine, kada je kreiran Payoneer lokalni tim koji iz Beograda pokriva tržišta jugoistočne Evrope. Taj tim danas ima 8 ljudi, čisto da znate, neki od njih su ovde među nama, tako da ukoliko imate bilo kakva pitanja vezano za to, tu smo da kasnije na njih odgovorimo. 2023. godina, ovo moram da prokomentarišem, da je Payoneer trenutno licenciran u 8 velikih jurisdikcija globalno, zato što često dobijam pitanje ili komentar, pa lako je vama da radite, vi niste licencirani i vas niko ne kontroliše kao kontrolišu banke, a istina je zapravo potpuno drugačija. Mi smo kontrolisaniji od najvećeg broja banaka globalno, dakle posjedujemo licencu u 8 velikih jurisdikcija, što znači da moramo da raportiramo ka 8 različitih regulatora i zapravo najveći broj ljudi u kompaniji, kad se pogledaju departmenti, bavi se poslovima compliance-a, riska, AML-a, dakle ako kažemo da kompanija ima danas negde oko 2100 zaposlenih, negde između 350 i 400 ljudi se zapravo bavi ovim poslovima, jer na taj način možemo da poslujemo zdravo i možemo svojim korisnicima da pružimo dobru uslugu. Sada ono zbog čega smo ovde, zbog čega sam ja zapravo ovde, jeste da podelim sa vama određene uvide u freelancere, odnosno uvide o tome kako ide freelancerima i radnicima na daljinu u regionu jugoistočne Evrope. Ono što prvo mogu da vam kažem jeste da su radnici na daljinu iz našeg regiona zadovoljni. Kako to znamo? Znamo što se čak 76% ispitanika izjasnilo da je zadovoljno ili jako zadovoljno svojim trenutnim načinom rada. Samo da budem jasan, taj način rada je, oni su, dakle, ti freelanceri, dakle, radnici na daljinu, oni su dosta, taj njihov način rada je dosta fleksibilniji od onoga što danas poznajemo kao neki tradicionalni način rada, tradicionalni model rada koji podrazumeva odlazak negde na posao i rad od 9 do 5. Preko 40% ispitanika radi više nego prošle godine, znači definitivno postoji potražnja za freelancerima. Ako se setite podatka na globalnom nivou, 46% ispitanika se izjasnilo da vide povećanje posla, znači da rade više. U našem regionu je to nešto manje, ali definitivno se vidi da rast u ovom domenu postoji. U 61% slučajeva oni će raditi samo, odnosno, pardon, u 61% slučajeva oni će raditi samo kao freelanceri, što je nešto manje od globalnog proseka. Šta nam ovo govori? Ovo nam govori zapravo da deo tih freelancera i dalje možda ima neki posao od 9 do 5, pa ovo radi kao dodatni posao, ali isto vidimo ono što vidimo kao trend ne samo na lokalnom nivou, već i na globalnom, jeste da se sve više ljudi odlučuje da rade kao ti freelanceri svoje puno radno vreme. A kad pričamo o tom radnom vremenu, svega 35% freelancera rade u proseku više od 30 sati nedeljno, što je opet ispod nekog globalnog proseka. Ovde u ovoj rečenici postoji jedna mala greška. Dakle, prosečna cena rada freelancera iz regiona jugoistočne Evrope je $25. Znači, nije $35 kao što piše ovde. Znači, u pitanju je $25 na sat, što je neznatno više od globalnog proseka koji iznosi $24 po satu. Sad ja ne znam da li se vi sad preračunavate kako vi ovde stojite, ili ste negdje ispod ili iznad, ali ovo je zaista jedna korisna informacija. Žene zarađuju manje na sat nego muškarci, dakle $19 u odnosu na $25, međutim ono što je tendencija i ono što smo videli na globalnom nivou kao trend jeste da veliki broj žena, freelancera i radnica na daljinu, ako to već nije uradilo, planira da podigne cenu svog rada. Ispod 35 godina ima čak 44% ispitanika, a ono što smo vidjeli kao najveći izazov za freelancere i radnike na daljinu jeste pronalaženje novih klijenata. Ako se pitate čime se to zapravo bave freelanceri i radnici na daljinu iz ovog regiona, dakle to su delatnosti kao što su web i grafički dizajn, programiranje, multimedijalna produkcija. To su onako primarne delatnosti, dok su odmah iza njih pisanje sadržaja, marketing, prevođenje i učenje jezika. Tako da to je što se tiče delatnosti. Sada, ovo su samo neki uvidi iz izveštaja koji sam vam pomenuo. Ta izveštaj je trenutno u fazi finalizacije i siguran sam da u narednim nedeljama da će biti dostupan i širokoj populaciji, tako da pratite Native Teams na mrežama, pratite Payoneer na mrežama i sigurno ćete moći da pristupite i mnogo opsežnijem izveštaju na ovu temu. Sada, imajući u vidu o čemu sam ja danas prvenstveno ovde pričao, kao jedna priča koja se nadovezuje i na ono što Native Teams radi, postavlja se pitanje šta sa ovim informacijama, kako dalje, šta su neki zaključci. A zaključci su sledeći. Prva stvar je da su freelanceri pokazali zaista jednu fenomenalnu otpornost na neizvesnosti koje su u poslovanju, koje su se pojavljivale prethodnih godina. Ovo su zaista jedna turbulentna vremena. Freelanceri, dakle, nisu gubili posao, nisu otpuštani, čak postoji i potreba da oni rade više. Cene radnog sata nisu stagnirale, one su se povećavale kako bi se ispratila inflacija, kako bi se ispratila situacija sa povećanim troškovima života. I ono što je definitivno zaključak, a to je da rad na daljinu postaje dugoročna stvarnost, a mogućnosti da se fokusirate na vaš posao i provedete manje vremena na operativne stvari dostupne su već danas. I dokaz za to je Native Teams kompanija i njihov poslovni model, dokaz za to je Payoneer koji raste u broju ovakvih korisnika i zapravo dokaz za to jeste i ovo istraživanje koje smo mi radili i čije sam ja glavne uvide danas imao zadovoljstvo da podelim sa vama. Dakle, freelancing je tu, ne ide nigde, ostaje, čak i raste i kogod vidi svoju šansu u takvom modelu rada, to je zapravo, ja to vidim kao priliku. Eto, toliko sa moje strane, da vidimo da li ima nekih pitanja.
Mislim da ima pitanja. Hoćeš, Mihajlo, redom? Da.
Koji je ključni moment naveo Payoneer da proširi poslovanje na SEE? Pa dva su momenta. Jedan je zaista veliki broj freelancera koji posluju iz ovog regiona i koji obslužuju klijente širom sveta. Mi smo to videli i onda smo shvatili da trebamo da budemo tu gde su naši klijenti. To je zapravo prvi ključni moment. A drugi moment kada smo shvatili da trebamo još da se proširimo jeste taj što pored tih freelancera, pojedinaca koji rade za klijente širom sveta, shvatili smo da u ovom regionu postoji veliki broj biznisa, male i srednje veličine, koji žele da se šire na globalno tržište i shvatili smo da mi možemo da budemo partneri za taj izlazak na globalno tržište i da podržimo rast biznisa male i srednje veličine. I šta je ključ za uspešno širenje tržišta? Pa ključ je definitivno da budete tamo gde su vam klijenti. Ako su vam klijenti ovde, vi morate da budete ovde da biste svoje tržište proširili.
Ako imaju još nekih pitanja, imate...
Koju bi platformu preporučili za freelance? Ovo je zaista jedno široko pitanje. Sve zavisi čime se bavite, šta su vam ciljevi, šta znate da radite. Ono što mogu da vam kažem jeste da danas postoji globalno preko 2000 platformi, online tržišta, više specijalizovanih i manje specijalizovanih preko kojih možete da pronađete posao. Ajde, možda najpopularnije za freelancere da dođu do nekog svog prvog posla jesu platforme Upwork i Fiverr u Srbiji, ali to zaista nisu jedine, kažem, globalno imate pristup ka preko 2000 online platformi preko kojih možete da dođete do klijenata. I evo, odgovor na poslednje pitanje, mada sam ga odgovorio tokom prezentacije, mislite li da će u budućnosti većina radnika biti freelanceri? Taj broj definitivno raste, trend se vidi, ali gde je ta granica, gde je plafon, pa ja evo, nemam u ovom trenutku precizan odgovor na to pitanje. Mislim da će se napraviti u nekom momentu balans između ovih freelancera, radnika na daljinu i između tradicionalnog modela rada. Ja sad ne znam da li da idemo dalje u pitanja, da li sarađujete sa lokalnim bankama i koja je njihova uloga. Ovo onako jedno široko pitanje. Kratak odgovor je da, ali mnogo je duži odgovor, ali na koji način mi sarađujemo sa, ne toliko sa lokalnim bankama u ovom momentu, koliko sa regionalnim bankama, tako da ja pozivam ono koje postavi ovo pitanje da me nađe na prvoj pauzi pa da popričamo na ovu temu detaljnije.
Hvala puno, Nikola. Sa
Hvala vama.
pitanjima ćemo ovdje napraviti pauzu. I hvala na sjajnim pitanjima i na produbljivanju razgovora. Verujem da ste dobili jako zanimljive i inspirativne odgovore. Barem ja jesam. Naš naredni predavač je Stevica Kuharski iz Fil Rouge kompanije. Stevica ima bogato iskustvo u radu i kao developer i kao osnivač više različitih start-upova. Habits, Locodelis i Alamo su samo neki od njih. Aktivni je učesnik hrvatske start-up scene i osnivač je Startup kampa, programa za start-upove u ranim fazama razvoja. Od Stevice ćemo čuti malo više na temu ostvarivanja snova kroz fundraising i nakon Stevicinog predavanja imat ćemo kratku pauzu, ali još ću o tome. Naravno, u toku predavanja možete postavljati pitanja. Izvoli, Stevice.
Uvijek nezahvalni slot prije pauze. Dobar dan svima, ja sam Stevica i govorit ću vam o tome kako ostvariti snove i kako nešto napraviti od njih. Tema predavanja je Building Dreams, a u osnovi se radi o fundraisingu za startupe i small and medium enterprises. Volio bih vidjeti koliko je vas ovdje startup founder. Ok, super. Onda će tema biti pogođena za vas. Nešto kratko o meni. Izvan najave, ja sam principal u Fil Rouge Capitalu, Venture Capital fondu. Napravili smo više od 150 investicija od 2019. Na ovamo i radi toga smo jedan od najaktivnijih, kako koju godinu, i najaktivniji investitor u cijeloj istočnoj Europi što se toga tiče. Ja programiram jako dugo, mislim da je to više od 30 godina i u svom životu imao sam 5 exita, 2 su bila super fail, 3 su bila cash exit. Zadnji sam imao 2019. i negdje godinu dana prije toga sam se pridružio Fil Rouge Capitalu kao principal. E sad, ova definicija je meni najdrža definicija startupa. Startup je privremena organizacija u potrazi za skalabilnim i repetitivnim poslovnim modelom. Koliko od vas razumije što to znači biti skalabilan? Ok, hoće neko na brzinu se ustati i reći? Ajde, možete vi to, budite hrabri. Don't let me pick. Go. Ok, hvala na odgovoru. Najvažnija stvar je bila na kraju. Rast mora biti eksponencijalan. Ako rast nije eksponencijalan, šansa da osigurate sredstva, da osigurate investiciju je vrlo mala. Namjerno nemam graf na nijednom slajdu kad pričamo o ovome. Zamislite eksponencijalni rast prihoda i linearni rast troškova. Upravo to je ono što investitori traže. Ako ne možete doći do toga, mijenjate biznis model. Tražite ono što imate. Repetitivno znači samo po sebi da ne morate hvatati svakog kupca konstantno, nego da ga pokušate dobiti nekakav subscription ili što god. Ugovor koji će organizirati i jamčiti da ćete dobiti prihode od tog istog kupca kroz period koji dolazi. Najvažnije pitanje kad krećete u fundraising se nalazi ovdje. Nije slučajno zašto sam pitao koliko je startup foundera ovdje. Prvo pitanje je tko ste vi. Jeste li startup founder? Jeste li zaposlenik u startupu? Jedan od prvih zaposlenika koji, ukoliko startup uspije, će biti, smatram, dio užeg tima i u konačnici imati opcije na sudjelovanje u uspjehu startupa. Jeste li vlasnik malog poduzeća? Najveća razlika između malog poduzeća i startupa je u eksponencijalnom rastu. Ukoliko vi ne možete rasti 15, 20, 30% mjesec na mjesec, teško da se možete smatrati startupom. Frizerski salon, restoran, autopraonica, koliko god se možete širiti, kakav god prihod možete imati, kakav god revenue možete ostvarivati, ne možete biti startup. I to morate znati kad krećete u fundraising. Gdje se nalazite na samom marketu i šta možete uloviti od marketa. I zašto ste ovdje? Ako želite fundraisat, to znači da ste već u procesu. Da znate što tražite i ono što je još važnije, da znate tko ste. Da možete odgovoriti na ovo pitanje. Jako često svi startup osnivači, i ja isto prije 10 godina, 15 godina, kad razmišljamo o investiciji, razmišljamo o novcu. Radili se to 50k, 100, 500, milijun. I samo o tom razmišljamo. Najveća greška koju radimo u tom trenutku je što smatramo investiciju ciljem. Jer kad rejzamo prvu rundu, super je, uspjeli smo, napravili smo nešto. Dok ne dođe trenutak when reality hits us. Sama investicija nije cilj. Sama investicija je sredstvo koje će nam pomoći odgoditi propast kompanije. Realno tome investicije služe u konačnici. U jednom trenutku kompanija će ili imati default, možemo gledati primjer od prošlog vikenda što se tiče Silicon Valley Banka i mislim da je cijela svjetska startup zajednica bila u strahu što će se desiti. Ili će biti default, ili će biti uspjeh. A uspjeh je ili IPO, ili cash exit prema nekom trećem. Ono što startup founderi u vrlo ranoj fazi, kad im je jako teško, kad vam je jako teško, kad nam je jako teško, gledamo kao jedan od izlaza je acqui-hire. A to je situacija kad nas konkurencija kupi nas kao foundere i kupi 5 zaposlenih koje imamo. Ti zaposleni možda postanu freelanceri, možda ne, ali to baš i nije neki uspjeh. To je samo stavljanje nešto novaca u naš džep. Ono što uvijek ulažemo je social capital. Koga znate, gdje znate, kako znate. To je kapital koji skupljate cijeli život. I s tim kapitalom uvijek morate biti oprezni. Novac se može zaraditi. Ili na tržištu može se dobiti investicija. Ali social capital, kredibilitet i sve što je vezano uz to se jako teško skuplja i jako brzo se može uništiti. Ja sam nedavno napunio 44 godine. Vrijeme je ono čega sve manje imam. U 20-ima sam imao vremena koliko god. Pokretao projekt za projektom, za projektom. Ako ne uspije jedan, uspjeće drugi. Ako ne zaradim od jednog, zaradit ću od trećeg. U 30-ima sam to malo usporio. Shvatio sam da nemam više vremena i vidio sam da postoje ciklusi razvoja produkta, razvoja kompanije i potencijalnog exita. Iz moje perspektive to je 5 godina. Da bi uspjeli nešto napraviti i da vam donese dovoljno novaca da možete biti mirni 10 ili više godina, trebate raditi na projektu minimalno 5 godina. Prvu godinu osmisliti stvar, privući ljude. Drugu godinu početi dokazivati da stvar vrijedi na tržištu i da radi, i preostale 3 godine rasti i dokazati da stvarno tržište treba tako nešto. Ukoliko gubite vrijeme i ulažete svoje vrijeme u nešto što nema perspektivu, bilo vezano uz posao, bilo vezano uz osobne veze, radite upravo to, gubite vrijeme. I što ste stariji, to morate biti svjesni da ne radite to. A najteže je shvatiti da cijelo vrijeme ulažemo emocije. Prvo svoje, a drugo emocije svih ljudi oko nas. To se ne čini nekako normalnim, to se ne čini mogućim, ali vrlo često zanemarimo podršku nama najbližih ljudi. Roditelja, braće, sestara, partnera u konačnici. Svoje emocije i svoje povjerenje u sebe možete izigrati, to nije problem. Otići ćete van u petak, popit ćete 3, 4, 8, 15 pića, resetirat ćete se i krenut dalje. Ali emocije drugih ne možete resetirati. Emocije, isto kao i social capital, treba zaraditi i čuvati i paziti. I sad za sve nas i vas koji fundraisate, a partner u našem fondu Roger Blott ima jako dobru rečenicu: Only losing weight is harder than raising money. Osigurati rundu nije nimalo lako. Osigurati novac je užasno teško. Puno teže nego što mislite. Nemojte gledati na startupe koji dolaze iz Silicon Valley-a, again Silicon Valley Bank High, jer tamo su valuacije drugačije. U našoj regiji je razmišljanje drugačije. I to nije dobro ni sa koje strane, ni s gornje, ni s donje. Prvo, vrlo često se premalo cijenimo. Drugo, što je puno češće, se previše cijenimo. Jer mi iz ove cijele regije, što znači od Slovenije do Crnog mora, nemamo biznis iskustvo. Nemamo biznis iskustvo kao generacije da možemo u potpunosti razumjeti sustav kakav radi u UK i u US. Zato često krećemo ili premalo ili preveliko. Treba biti umjeren kad se ide dalje. Jednako kao i sa mršavljenjem. Ako odjednom počnete gubiti težinu i izgubite 15 kila u 2 mjeseca, neće vam biti dobro. Ako gubite težinu presporo, opet nije dobro zato jer ne vidite efekt. Prvu investiciju koju radite od sebe. Vi ulažete svoje vrijeme, svoj social capital, emocije, sve što imate. U konačnici i novac. Jer ako vi niste spremni dati novac za ono u što vjerujete, za ono na čem radite, vjerujte mi, niko neće napraviti to dalje. Idući su friends, fools and family. Bake će vam dati novac, zašto ne? Ali nemojte zaboraviti da je ta baka štedila te novce za svoje stare dane. I da od nje ne uzimate samo novac, nego njeno povjerenje i emocije. Što znači da prvim investitorima koji dolaze iz friends, fools and family na tjednoj bazi govorite što radite i zašto vam ne ide. Jer su oni iskusniji od vas i pomoći će vam u tome. Nakon njih možete se probati igrati sa crowdfundingom, crowd investingom, ali to nije baš neka najveća sreća. Zato jer taj novac nije ni malo pametan. Naći ćete dovoljno ljudi koji će htjeti staviti pare u vas, rezat ćete 100.000 eura i tada što s njima? Potrošit ćete ih brzo, jer ste ih dobili jednako tako brzo, a nećete biti u stanju uloviti novu rundu. Poslovni anđeli koji dolaze su tu da vam pomognu, ali morate znati izabrati kakvog poslovnog anđela. Oni koji žele uzeti više od 20% kompanije, zahvalite se i odete dalje. I morate paziti na to jer to se u našoj regiji konstantno dešava. Jednostavno, ljudi ne razumiju što rade kompanije i samim founderima. U svakoj rundi treba izlaziti van između 8 i 15% kompanije. Eventualno 20 ako je više investitora i ako se zna što se radi dalje. U konačnici imamo i venture capital fondove koji ulažu u ranijoj fazi i u kasnijoj fazi vezano za to. Ali za njih, odnosno za nas, morate znati što znače ove skraćenice. Ima li netko u publici tko ne zna sve skraćenice što znače? I to je najveći problem. Vi jednostavno morate baratati ovim podacima. Ako ne baratate, nećete govoriti istim jezikom kao institucionalni investitori, a tada neće biti niti runde. Growth, znate kako rastete, kojim tempom rastete, gdje idete. User acquisition cost i customer acquisition cost. Morate znati koliko košta svaki korisnik koji je skinuo vašu mobilnu aplikaciju ili došao na web aplikaciju. Morate znati kolika je bila konverzija između korisnika u kupce. Korisnici nisu kupci. Kupci su oni koji daju novac. Korisnici su oni koji koriste. Ako imate poslovni model koji ima korisnike na jednoj strani, kupce na drugoj strani, probajte ga pojednostaviti, jer hvatate dvije odvojene skupine. LTV je long term value, lifetime value. Ono što morate znati kod LTV-a je odnos koliko vam donosi kupac, koliko novaca vam ostavlja i koliko je koštao. Investitori će vas pitati koji je odnos između LTV-a i CAC-a, Customer Acquisition Costa. Što u praksi znači, ako jednog kupca platite 1 euro, ciljate da vam taj kupac u svom životnom vijeku donese bar 4 eura. Ukoliko vam donosi 2 eura, niste venture capital case, niste VC case. I teško da ćete uspjeti osigurati investiciju od venture capital fondova. Naravno, ukoliko ste u ranoj fazi i nemate te brojke, to je skroz u redu. Sve što morate znati, odnosno imati svijest o ovim brojkama i nekakvu predodžbu koliko bi to moglo biti. To ćete dobiti čitanjem, istraživanjem sličnih projekata. I churn rate, to je stopa odlaska korisnika i kupaca s vaše platforme, odnosno vaše aplikacije. Po tome, sa svim ovim podacima se vrlo jednostavno može izračunati koliko vam novaca treba, u kojoj fazi i što ćete napraviti s tim novcima. Na taj način investitor zna, ako ih svaki kupac košta 10, donese im 60, sa investicijom od 100.000, realno je očekivati da bi mogli dobiti 5.000 novih kupaca. Zašto 5? Zato jer od ostalih 50.000 eura trebate živjeti, trebate platiti developere, trebate nešto raditi. I kad fundraisate, to radite brzo. Ako predugo fundraisate, stvar se razvodni i investitori gube povjerenje u vas da ste tim koji može uspješno fundraisati. Tako da je brzina na prvom mjestu. Morate biti fleksibilni oko uvjeta. Ako ste vi zamislili da vam je valuacija 3 milijuna eura, super. Ako tržište kaže 1 milijun i na stol vam je neko stavio ponudu 100.000 eura na 1.000.000 eura valuacije i to je na stolu, you're taking it. Posebno ako nemate revenue. Jednostavno, to je dobar deal, you're taking it i ako ne morate dati bubreg ili ruku, potpisujete to. Nijedna runda nije savršena. U svakoj rundi netko je nezadovoljan. Ili founderi, ili investitori. Radite kompromis. Ne kaže se za džabe da je investicija brak. I teža i jača od braka. And things happen. Ponovno. Silicon Valley Bank. Stvari se mogu desiti jako brzo i biti jako loše. Rijetko kad će se desiti da će se stvari desiti jako brzo i biti jako dobre. Ako se slučajno to dešava na vašem tržištu u ovom trenutku, iskoristite priliku odmah. Imajte u fokusu speed. Iskoristite to. Ako imate super alata za ChatGPT ili AI, do it now, take the money. Radite na tome. Jer je to trenutno hot i hit. Uskoro više neće biti. CEO radi fundraising. Ne drugi ljudi. Ne agencije. Ne konzultanti. Ako CEO ne fundraisa, nema investicije. Ne vidi se i ne osjeti se commitment. To je full time job. Fundraisa se u pravilu svakih 9 do 18 mjeseci. To znači da one man band tim ne igra. Jako teško igra. CEO radi na produktu 3 mjeseca i onda 3 mjeseca priprema rundu, 3 mjeseca fundraisa. I tako svake godine. Nema zabave, nema ničega. Svaki fundraising se planira i reporta unutar tima. Svim investitorima s kojima se pričalo šalju se podaci. Vrlo često vam nećemo odgovoriti. Mislim, zato što ili nemamo vremena ili nismo u fazi. Ali vjerujte mi, svi vaši mailovi su pročitani. I svi ste negdje na nekoj listi. I dogod šaljete podatke, dogod prikazujete growth, na dobrom ste putu. Ako nema growtha, nema niti runde. I uvijek budite spremni pičat. 30 sekundi, minutu, bilo što. Nemojte se bojati odgovoriti na pitanje, postaviti pitanje. Jer ako vam investitor kojem pičate ne može pomoći, ne može investirati iz nekog razloga, možda zna nekoga tko može. Jer svi smo povezani i svi želimo pomoć. Posebno ekosustavu iz kojeg dolazimo. Jer ako ne rezate, you'll die. That's so easy. Osim u jednom slučaju. Traction. Ako imate revenue, prihode koji vam omogućuju da smanjite troškove, ako imate organic growth, gdje ne morate puno novaca trošiti na nove kupce, na nove korisnike, i ako ste skroz fokusirani za preživjet, vam ne treba investicija. Investicija je samo cilj kako ćete narast i kako ćete eksplodirati u brojkama. I ljudi moji, tako se rade snovi. To je način na koji možete odraditi stvari. Hvala vam.
Aha, dobro.
Ok, imamo pitanja. Kako ući u VC industriju? Sjedneš, šutiš, radiš, možda ne znaš točno što radiš. Ja sam bio mentor 10 godina i svi moji prijatelji su mi govorili glupan je jedan. Zašto mentoriraš? Koliko novaca dobiješ za to? Ništa. Zašto? Zato što vjerujemo u ljude koji rade na ovoj stvari. Nakon nekog vremena odnosno nakon x godina, pristupila mi je ekipa iz Fil Ruža i rekla would you like to join us? I to je bilo taman u trenutku kad sam ja prodavao svoju kompaniju. Dakle, da sjedneš, šutiš, radiš, pa bit će nešto u konačnici. Equity za prve zaposlene. Nekakvo nepisano pravilo je da ide 10% u ESOP, Employee Stock Options Pool. Moje razmišljanje, ja sam developer i moj stav je da se tehnologija kupuje. Osim ako se ne radi o produktu koji je namijenjen developerima, pa je to core business. Ali prvim zaposlenicima koji nose kompaniju, koji su strašno bitni za kompaniju, 2, 3, 5% je skroz ok dat. Ali uz vesting, uz cliff, što znači da ne dobiju svojih 5% odmah. Nego nakon godinu i pol dana dobe 1,5%, pa onda još 1%, pa još 1%. Pa ako hoće otići, nek ide. Čisto za primjer, jedan moj jako dobar prijatelj je dao otkaz na poziciju CTO-a u jednom startupu. Prošlo je manje od 2 godine od Cliffa i svega i ništa od equity-a. Da li imate savjet kako neko ko je nov u ovoj priči može naučiti najvažnije stvari? Pitat ljude. Biti dosadan i pitat, nenametljiv. Pretjerano, najbolje je uživo pitat. Na konferencijama poput ovih, prvo vi ste pobjedili zato jer ste došli. Oni koji nisu došli ne čuju ove informacije i ne znaju. Pitat pa vidjet, jednostavno koristiti iskustvo drugih sa svojim znanjem. Mi smo kao generalisti, koliko imamo vremena? Još 2 minute, može za... Evo, znači, industrije, mi smo sektor agnostik, ali B2B, SaaS, marketplace, dev tools, AI tools, blockchain ako ima stvarnu primjenu. Ako nema stvarnu primjenu, come on guys, ovo je ipak biznis. Asset under management je 50 milijuna, prvi fond je bio mali, ovaj trenutni fond je 46 milijuna. Najluđa exit priča za koju znate, reći ću vam moju, mislim da vam može biti inspirativna. 2015. dobio sam ideju dok sam ležao na Havajima, na plaži, doslovno. Vratio se u Europu, pokrenuo stvar. 2 prijatelja su postali co-founderi, jedan je nabavio investitora iz Saudijske Arabije. Potpisali smo term sheet $600,000 na 6 milijuna valuacije s revenueom od brat bratu 3.000 mjesečno. Super deal, u praksi jako loš deal. Investitor je deployao 100 od 600 i onda je nestao. Ali nestao tako da se više nikad nije javio, da nije imao niti equity, niti ništa. Nismo do kraja ni ugovore potpisali. Nakon toga morao sam dati 11 otkaza. To je bilo 2. mjesec 2017. U 3. mjesecu dao sam si rok od 6 mjeseci da nešto moram napraviti, inače gasim sve, zatvaram sve. U 5. mjesecu sam počeo pričati s poštom, Hrvatskom poštom i poštom Slovenije. To se odužilo 2 godine. Bez zaposlenih, automatizirao kompletan sustav. Revenue je skočio sa 3.000 mjesečno na 25, bez troškova. Naravno, marketplace je bio, pa nije sve bilo naše. Digao biznis, održao biznis živim, to je najvažnije. Odradio sve skupa i na kraju imao cash out. To je onako, iz moje osobne perspektive, sasvim dovoljno ludo, jer govori da i kad je stvarno loše i kad stvarno ne znate, kad birate kom ćete ostati dužni, koliko mjeseci da možete, da vas ne izbace uzore, da knjigovodstvo radi, kad birate kom ćete šta plaćati i preživjeti jer vjerujete da će stvar otići preko, da će donijeti nešto. Evo, to je, može se, samo treba sjest, čutiti i raditi.
Imamo još 2 pitanja, mislim da toliko vremena. Da, okay.
Ideja se ne može ukrasti. Ako imate ideju i ne radite na njoj, tough luck. Šta ste čekali? Zašto niste radili? Kažete da vam trebaju novci, da ne znate programirati, vidimo se za godinu dana, ja vas opet pitam što ste napravili s idejom, pa ništa, trebaju mi novci za programera. Gledajte, u godinu dana ste mogli naučiti programirati i početi raditi stvar. Znači stvarno nije sjedni, šuti, radi, sve se može napraviti. I drugo, kako se nositi s odgovornošću i biranjem članova tima? Za vrijeme najtežeg perioda Locodelsa, ključna osoba u timu je ukrala laptop i 3000 eura. Znači, kada smo bili apsolutno bez para, bez ičega, ključna osoba koja je trebala voditi 3 zemlje je to napravila. To ne možete znati. Date odgovornost, vjerujete u ljude. Nemojte misliti da će vas neko pokrasti ili uzeti nešto. Dajte priliku ljudima. Jer kad date priliku ljudima, oni će dati priliku vama.
Hvala, Stevice. Molim za jedan aplauz. Vredne perspektive. Pa Stevicu jurite za pare pauzama. Kad smo već kod pauza, sada je, ja mislim, 12:35, tako da za 20 minuta se vidimo ovde. U međuvremenu možete iskoristiti vreme da popijete kafu, vodu, upoznate ove ljude, postavite neka pitanja, pa se vidimo u ostatku programa gdje slušamo pičeve za startupova. Ok, spremni za najzanimljiviji deo, to je prvi deo najzanimljivijih dela, a to su pičevi startupova. U prvom dijelu ćemo imati 5 startupova koji će predstaviti svoje ideje. I to su Outpost Chest, Moćno, Ralph, Balkan Based i Pets Meat. Najava će biti na engleskom kao i pičevi, pošto nam je žiri internacionalno, pa ću ja sad samo da predstavim ovde naš članove žirija. We have here Stevica Kuharski from Phil Rouge Capital, Jelena Đurović from Partnership Managers for Serbia and Southeast Europe from Pioneer, Alex George, Principal from Point9, Jack Thorogood, Founder and CEO of Native Teams, and Tanja Kuzman, Director for PwC SEE Consulting, Digital Startups and Innovation. Let's have a warm welcome for our jury here. And the first startup that will share his idea is Outpost Chest. Even though chess is the most popular game in the world, 800 million players, chess semi-professionals and professionals are still suffering from some basic problems. There is significant pain in matching and aligning players and tournament organizers and clubs, and organizers are having pain in facilitating the registration and payment process regarding the tournament organization. Let's hear Outpost Chess plan how they will solve this. I invite them to join me for a 5-minute presentation. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Great. First of all, thank you for having us remote. Outpost is a European Chess Championship, so and the future is remote. So thank you for letting us pitch in here. Shall I start right now? Is that okay? Can you see the screen?
Yes, you can start.
Thank you, everybody. So, hello, we are Outpost, and our vision is to connect every single chess user on the earth to our digital chess platform. Why chess? Well, it's because of me. I'm in chess in more than 20 years so far as a professional chess title player, arbiter, coach, organizer, and a world and European university chess champion. This is Ilya. He's in business more than 17 years so far. He has 2 companies behind. One of them is Startup, and that's the huge thing for us. He has a huge startup experience. The third guy on the picture is Matt Thomas from Atlanta, US. He's our world champion in chess boxing. He's a serial entrepreneur and influencer on social media. And the fourth guy on the picture is Dragutin. He's our CTO in charge for technical part of our platform with more than 10 years of banking experience. Even though chess is the most popular and most traditional sport in the world, chess users are still suffering from some basic problems like I'm the chess organizer and I want to organize some chess event. I'm having a lot of pain in announce the tournament, in find the players, in register the players. And in the end, once I find all of them, I'm collecting money in cash, in my bank account, via PayPal. And that's definitely exhausting job to do. Solution? everything at one place, at Outpost. So with tournament calendar feature, you can announce your tournament. With intelligence search feature on Outpost, you can find all the players you need. With registration feature, you can sort and list your players. And with payment feature, you can definitely see and lead your financial from the beginning till the end, and everything at one place at Outpost. We are speaking to the market of more than 800 million and more chess people worldwide. Only on chess.com are 100 million and more, which is the most popular platform so far. And our existing reachable network is 250K and more of chess people we can immediately reach. Our competitors are definitely chess.com and Lichess, but they're focusing on gaming and learning, which we are not. The third one would be King registration, focus on registration facilitation during the tournament process, but based only and targeting only in USA market. And our biggest competitor is definitely a good old system of calling and texting each other via our contact list, which we all know can be global and proper solution for the modern chess. Our business model is pretty simple. We're going to employ freemium and subscription divided in 3 tiers, where each tier is going to give you some certain level of chess features. But we are finding the biggest chance in transaction fees because every single participant needs to pay or to be paid to participate in any kind of chess event you can imagine. And now that is usually illegal and in cash. So we estimated that the average commission per tournament is around 3K euro for us. Our go-to-market strategy is pretty unique, and our team is a perfect match to conduct it. First thing is tournament organization, both online and offline tournament organized by Outpost Chess team. And this is really important for us because this is growing both our revenue and the user base, which is our 2 most important KPIs. The second one is partnership with tournament organizer. We are serving tournament organizer as a payment partner where we take in and out payments and we take 10% of each transaction. The third one is Outpost ambassador model. We have 6 ambassadors covering 4 continents so far, and we are looking forward to cover the globe. The next one will be co-founder chess network, especially mine because I'm highly integrated in the World, European and Serbia Chess Federation, and Matt Thomas as well in Atlanta Chess Federation. And we are spreading all of that awareness through different channels so we can reach even higher. Where are we now? Well, we have 1,800 signups so far. We have organized 6 tournaments. We have 7 closed deals with tournament organizer as a payment partner. We have revenue in January of $5K. Our month-over-month growth is 30%. We are a team of 17 people. And what is the biggest new and the recent news is that we are awarding the Catapult Accelerator from this March, and we are looking forward to raise 300K seed round, which will be matched with Catapult Accelerator with no equity taken. So that's who we are. We are Outpost, and we are giving a checkmate to chess problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will pass the word towards jury so they can ask you some questions.
Sure.
Hi, thank you for the presentation and thank you for breaking the ice. I have just one question. This is Stevica from Phil Rouge Capital. What is your user acquisition strategy?
If I can jump in here. As Lena mentioned earlier, we are organizing tournaments online and offline. And through those tournaments, we are collecting transaction fees and as well users. So we see that as biggest advantage for us, since we are giving value to our users and growing our business as well. Beside our own tournaments, we are serving other tournaments. We made a deal with a couple of them, so far 7. Our goal is to hit 35, which will generate our revenue, which will generate us revenue for this year of 60K. Beside organizers, beside our tournaments, we are dealing with chess ambassadors, as we call it. Then currently we have them on 4 continents, and hopefully we'll cover the rest of the world. And they are organizing their own tournaments. So through those tournaments, we are collecting users as well.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I'm not sure if you can see me. I'm Milos from South Central Ventures. And 2 quick questions from me. How recurable is the revenue from events? And can you leverage the platform to break into other sports, e.g. tennis clubs? Thank you.
The events are recurring events. Usually, the biggest tournaments are held once in a year. So if we made a deal with organizers, usually we are making a deal for several years ahead. This happened with those 7 that we have agreed on this year. Beside that, tournaments, there are a lot of tournaments that are regularly organized by other organizers on a monthly basis, even on a weekly basis. But those are like small tournaments, and we don't see as our core focus. So we are going to serve like mid to large tournaments that have around 50 plus K of revenue, pricing pool, and entry fees.
What was the second question?
Can you leverage the platform to break into other sports, club-based sports?
Oh, yes. We thought of 2 things, actually. So the first one is expanding to individual sports like billiard, tennis, golf. And because they're having like similar feature and characteristic like the individual sports, like the chess players. And the other thing, which is even more important and even more interesting for us, is that we got hits on our payment feature, and we figure out that we can serve non-businesses, so no business activities, for in and out payments. Like we are serving the organizers to collect the participation fee and to pay awards. They don't have a business because they are just doing that like activity. We figure out that we can spread that like for every single activity, not just the chess one, but chess is the perfect, actually for me, the perfect to start, and for Outpost, the perfect place to start and to confirm that hypothesis.
Hi, I'm Yelena from Pioneer. And my question would be like something in the area payments. I'm wondering about this. What you said would be like 250,000 reachable players. What would be the size of the transactions that you will be going through the platform at that moment? Do you know projections, like what is average per one player or customer on the platform?
Let's use, if I understand well, let's use this tournament, the European Chess Championship, for example, for a good one, because this is the target tournament. So there is a 300K in euro for this, like a turnover for tournament. And they actually, at this competition, ask us to do a payment procedures and everything instead of them. So our target is this kind of tournaments. And there is a 20K of tournaments, but we are targeting just this one, just like 500 players and 300K in euro like turnover per year. The tournament which we can take all in payments, and we can pass through all awards for the players.
The thing is, sorry if I can jump in. The thing is, we are not tying our revenue for the number of users. That will come after, hopefully, when we introduce the subscription feature. But we are tying our revenue for transactions, serving organizers as a payment processor. So this is something that we are looking forward to leverage.
As I understand, so even some that are not users of the platform will do transactions through your platform, and you will get a fee. And who is the payment processor that you are partnering with for this part of?
Yeah, we just started with PayPal, since they have the easiest way to implement the whole infrastructure. And it helped us to test the hypothesis. And the thing is, we are looking forward to optimize all that process in terms of taxation, in terms of fees, and we need to find the right and proper partner that can help us to facilitate these transactions.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, it's Jack from Native Teams. So just a quick question. How do you place the balance of importance in the business between the partnerships you're doing and then the tournaments you're running of your own? Because it sounds like they might almost cannibalize one another if you're not careful by upsetting some of those tournament hosts by running your own tournaments.
So there are like, it's a different thing at first. So we are organizing a tournament that serve us firstly as a marketing, as a visibility. So what we do is pick the date, pick our ambassador, and he's using our Outpost Chess service and facilitating every single like organization stuff, because we have all the organizers tool, and that's a multiple like benefit from us. Their job is easier. We can all figure out through our service what are they doing. We just pick the date, we just give the regulation, and we let them go in their community. And when it comes to the organizers tournament, we come to organize, it's like B2B. We come to organizer, I talk to them, I offer them a service, and they also enter the Outpost, open profile, follow his registration, follow his payments. He's doing it by himself, and we are just helping them with the payment process and like serving them as a payment partner. So that's like the two different things, like the marketing and the sales one.
Yeah, we are not in collision, especially because of dates, and especially because of the format of the tournaments. And Lena has mentioned this tournament in Vrnjačka Banja right now. It's European Championship. It's a huge tournament, and we are not in that space at all. So our tournaments are small tournaments and more for fun and collecting users. And these tournaments that we are targeting to have a transaction fees are professional tournaments with a larger pricing pool and lots of players.
Great, thanks.
That's it. Thank you, Outpost team, for...
Thank you very much.
And now I will invite the second startup to present themselves. I will make a short introduction. This is Team Moćno. Moćno provides a sustainable and innovative solution to meet the growing demand for fresh, healthy, and nutritious microgreens. Their business will consist of two aspects: selling microgreens through direct ordering and developing the local Serbian market by educating the population about the benefits of microgreens consumption and plant-based diet. Can you please join me here?
Absolutely. Thank you,
And
Diana.
welcome. You will have 5 minutes. I will do the stopwatch. Yeah.
Please give us just a second until we prepare our requisites. I think we can start. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today. A growing problem affecting millions of people around the world, especially us living in urban areas, is nutrient deficiency. Now, despite living in cities with abundant resources, there we go. With abundant resources, due to busy lives we're living and limited access to healthy foods, most of us are struggling to get the nutrition we daily need to stay healthy. This results in increased risk of health diseases, chronic diseases including obesity, diabetes, heart diseases, which all contribute to shorten life expectancy and the quality of life. At the same time, our current food production methods are environmentally unsustainable, contributing to climate change and leading to soil degradation, water pollution, and deforestation.
But there is hope. Microgreens are small, nutrient-packed plants that can be grown year-round in urban areas, and they require fewer resources with less energy, and also they create less waste than traditional agriculture. Microgreens are also incredibly nutritious, containing up to 40 times more vitamins and minerals than their respective mature counterparts. We are excited to share with you our vision for Moćno, a Serbian-based startup that will revolutionize the way people consume foods and live through extensive marketing and education programs. We plan to build a new market where microgreens are still unknown. To achieve that, we are planning to build a web app that will allow users to interactively farm microgreens with using of step-by-step processes that will guide them through each phase, but with a tangible reward at the end.
Now, if there was a royalty among all microgreens, that would probably be broccoli. For example, this mature broccoli took 90 days to produce. It requires large space in the garden and a lot of resources, comparing to this tray of microgreens broccoli that took only 6 days to produce with this much water. And in comparison, this contains 170 milligrams of sulforaphane, which is known to exhibit chemoprevention, opposing to 1,200 in this little tray. And that is, ladies and gentlemen, why we want to inspire and empower urban Serbian citizens to transition to a sustainable and healthier way of living by bringing these power foods closer to them. Our business strategy model is twofold. There we go. It's twofold. Firstly, we will be farming and selling microgreens directly to consumers and online shoppers. This model includes 4 market segments: and consumers via direct sales and green markets, large retail chains, small retailers such as green grocery shops and healthy food shops, and plant-based restaurants.
And secondly, we want to educate the population for the benefits of microgreens and the way of consumption and ease of farming through our Moćno app, our educational original e-products, through live workshops, and through mentorship and consulting.
Excuse me?
It always starts from beginning.
Yeah.
This is a little bit of an issue. Okay.
There we go. Sorry, guys.
All right, sorry.
Slide.
No. The previous one? Okay. So that is why, unlike other microgreens apps on the market that are mainly scheduling tools for other commercial growers in developed market, our app is one of a kind. We actually want to focus on undeveloped market that will actually raise awareness through education. Users can interactively go into the app and get to grow their plants and then receive it in, let's say, 7 to 12 days, ready to be harvested and served on their plate.
5 minutes.
Sorry, guys. Can we perhaps close? Sorry for the technical difficulties. We just wanted to point out that we did a thorough market analysis, actually the first one of a kind in Serbia on Microgreens market, so that our analysis includes detailed buyer persona, detailed strengths and weaknesses of all 22 players on the market. We have the market at the palm of our hand with our data-driven approach and unmatched knowledge and understanding of it. We are bound to make a splash in the industry. And let me just say that for that purposes, we have developed and already started with extensive workshops and marketing campaigns that we plan to leverage in educating the market about the benefits of these superfoods. In general, a detailed financial projection and operational demand plan, bottom-up built, with our financial projections proving that we have a IRR of 300% and return on capital of 60%, ensuring successful return rates. What we ask is your support to help us execute our strategy efficiently and successfully, and thus make your impact in making our environment more sustainable and our community better.
Thank you.
Hi, how did you strike the balance between entering a market that needs more education perhaps, but on the flip side, there's less competition? Because it sounds like that's perhaps the balance. There's slightly more mature markets, but there's more competitors there.
Thank you. So in our analysis, we have conducted a thorough deep dive through field research and mystery shopper tour. Out of those 22 competitors, there's actually only 3 that are serious commercial growers. Now, these, let's call them competitors, but in fact, they're really not. They're focusing strictly on restaurants. So our restaurants are the only basically customers of these superfoods, and they use them for garnish. That's why we kind of perceive them as unutilized resource. It is not easily accessible to you guys, and we want to bring them so that everybody can grow them, you know, at their own home in like 5 to 6 days.
Thanks.
I'm wondering, is this broccoli or something else here?
Let me see what you have in black one. Oh, that's a mix. You have radish there, you have pak choy or Chinese cabbage, and you have broccoli.
And my question is, how can I use this? Do I just eat this from this cup, or as a salad, or if I don't use it as a garnish, how do you think to get to masses? I don't know, to
unfortunately, I didn't get to introduce you to the whole team, but we have experts in different industries, including agriculture and gastronomy. Now, there are so many applicable options for this. So aside from using it as a garnish on sandwiches or soups, stuff like that, there are actually many dishes that you can use that as your base of the whole food. It's not just salads. It can be different type of spring rolls and whatnots. And actually, funny that you mentioned, there's only 2% of Belgrade chefs, restaurant chefs, that have tried and have that in their regular menus as a main dish. So it is applicable. We just need to teach people how to do it.
Thanks.
Hi. So what's the product? Selling trays and seeds or already grown?
Right. Maybe this will help you. I'm having trouble with this one. So,
and if the user...
Okay, so we have extensive supporting slides on this topic presenting the whole product portfolio. Our product portfolio consists of actually 16 products, which are dispersed through 4 market segments. Now, aside from e-products, digital products, and to your question, the very products in trays that get to be farmed through remote app, we have regular products that we're going to be selling, which are in plastic-based, but plant plastic cups, the only ones on the market, which are cups similar to these, but we didn't have a chance to show you guys. So there's a hard product placement in all throughout all distribution regular channels, and to your point, there is a virtual farming app that allows for remote growing in trays similar to these. For example, this size tray is what we call the beginner size tray. And the price of it is around 170 dinars. And it takes like 7 days. And through that process, users go through each step, which we have defined with the help of our agriculture experts. And they get to literally learn each phase in terms of nutrition, the carbon footprint that each phase leaves, how much energy was used in production. So they get to be informed about the whole growing cycle. And by the end of it, they will get to receive this by our green couriers that we have still partnering with, to get it and to harvest it, which is a pretty satisfying feeling. And hopefully by maybe 5 to 10 iterations repeated, they will get to do it by themselves, buying seeds from local suppliers. We can go that way if you guys want to, because we do plan to vertically integrate in 5 years. And does that answer your question?
Yeah, and how much of the round will have to go to marketing and educational purposes?
Can you repeat that? How much?
How much of the round will have to go to marketing and educating the audience?
Well, since we're going to be applying the Blue Ocean strategy in developing a new market, we do plan to invest significantly in marketing activities. Like I mentioned, there is no YouTube educational content whatsoever, not just in Serbia, but in Balkans regarding microgreens. So we have already started making partnerships with local influencers on related topics, vegan and plant-based diets, sustainability, environmental awareness. And we plan to start out, guerrilla type of thing, obviously. But there's so many opportunities out there in HoReCa and large retailer market. We have established a connection with, I won't mention it, but one of the largest local retail chains in Serbia. And the second one that you probably all know and heard has just published a strategy about going green. So we started negotiation with them, and they don't have microgreens in their offer. So it's all a part of both selling and marketing at the same time, I would say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is your expansion strategy?
Expansion strategy. Thank you, sir. Good question. All right. So again, I'm more than willing to share with you our business plan and the bottom-up demand plan projection. So we have used a very conservative approach there for each market segment. Okay. Luckily, through certain individuals from our team, we have managed to obtain information about the current demand, actual demand per week of trays on Serbian market. So we know the exact how to scale it. By the way, this is a very scalable business, because each variety takes, depending on it, 6 to 12 days. And we know in how long it takes. So how do we plan to expand? We plan with the support, funding support, obviously, to invest $105,000 in our capacities. That will help us to cover the expansion of our capacity, which is in direct correlation supplying the market, and to cover our operational and marketing expenses for the first 2 years. This will enable us to successfully and more quicker kickstart the business, and in our mind, basically cover the whole existing market and expand it to everybody that are willing to transition to this type of diet.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does help? Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for making this stage more green. Okay. Now we have a third startup to hear. The team is called Ralph. It is SaaS that generates sales and marketing content using the latest artificial intelligence algorithms. They've developed a set of tools for full LinkedIn content, email sequences, and sales-oriented blog post creation. I give this speaker to you.
Thank you. Okay, cool. I will start. Yep, please. So, hey everyone, my name is Nikola, I'm from Ralph AI. Let me move here so you can see it actually. So I'm gonna start it off by telling you about, let's say a problem, like how much time sales and marketing professionals actually spend daily on writing content, like emails, LinkedIn messages, sales content, blog posts, social media posts, etc. So essentially 30 to 70% of their day actually goes on like the sole mission to create and write that content. It was up till now, like we have a full-blown AI revolution in a way, and it's not a buzzword finally. It's actually something that's transforming the industry. And what it actually means is that if you needed like 5 hours previously to create a perfect blog post, you can actually write it in under 1 minute without any skills. And currently it might be the same quality or even better than a human-made one. So that's what generative NLP actually made possible. So these are some of the models actually in place. And I guess all of you heard about ChatGPT. So essentially that's just the most visible application of these technologies. And Ralph is actually also built on the same type of technology, although with a lot of twists and a lot of background programming and instructions that make it very suitable for sales and marketing content. But let me show you how Ralph actually works. So this is the actual screenshots from the product. So you choose any of the tools available. Let's go for like a LinkedIn post. I hope you can see actually what's all there. And you input a couple of sentences about what you would actually like to have post about. And in under 10 seconds, you get a full-blown, like ready to be published LinkedIn post. If you want to make it longer, shorter, more funny, witty, or whatever, you can actually tweak it. And then you can save it in your personal library or use it immediately. Like what makes us a bit different, like a lot different than other players in this field, especially in the ChatGPT craze, is first of all that we have a focus on sales and marketing content. So there is a lot of background instructions and programming in a way, as I said, that makes every piece of content like tailored to its own purpose. The second one is quite connected to it. So we have 8+ years in B2B sales experience that's actually embedded within all of that. Simplified UX, which is super important for this type of a tool, actually allows anyone without any technical knowledge to use it like fully up to 100% efficiency. And partnership approach means that we partner with lead generation agencies and sales enablement tools to provide them with our API so we can actually tap into their own users. This is the landscape. Of course, we are in like the sweet spot, easy to use and advanced sales results, meaning that they are pretty good for professional use. So Reggie is the most similar tool to us, but it's kind of quite a complex product in a way, so not for everyone. This is how we earn money. So we have a freemium SaaS model. You start off with 500 free words, and then you move on to a professional or advanced plan. The market is huge, but actually these numbers kind of seem, I think will seem tiny in just about like 6 months or something, because like with all the progress happening and even the GPT-4 being released this week. So these are the main customers that we are after. So it's primarily salespeople, SDRs, AIs, account executives and their bosses in mid and small companies. Then we have business owners and one-man company shows, content writers and marketing managers, and finally we have like lead generation and sales agencies. We primarily do it through outbound, LinkedIn outreach, and that's our most used channel so far, but we are playing around with the others too. There are three of us. You're going to meet them a bit later. So Jovan and me, we had a successful startup that we exited successfully a couple of years ago. It was a B2B sales automation startup. Then we formed a sales outsourcing company that we still own, but we professionalized it to focus on Ralph. Luca, as a tech mastermind, has created certain social media automation tools before, and also owns a successful e-commerce startup, Caricature Master, also professionalized to focus on that. The numbers that actually matter about our startup. So we have over 400 users since mid-January. We have 20 plus daily active users, 10 plus daily new registered users as of recently, and a modest, but we are still proud of that number, 5 paying customers so far on like our monthly subscription plan. We started first building it in October, had the first version in December, got the first paying client in January, and hoping to actually get to 100 by June. Now, if GPT-4 proves to be as good as it might be, actually that number might prove to be very small and modest. And by July, we plan to release the API. So what we are potentially looking for, 400K for actually expanding the team, adding new use cases, and burning money on marketing. So I enjoyed talking to you about Ralph, hope you did too, and like happy for questions. Thank you. So I'll just invite them also to join me if any questions arise.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Did you receive any grants so far for this?
Nope, not yet. So we are in the Raising Stars program currently, but no. We kind of started, dealing with any external things like pretty recently because we were focused on the project. But yeah, still not.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. How do you differentiate yourselves from the mass of other ChatGPT startups?
So essentially, first of all, there is always a bit of a distinction between the ChatGPT itself and the Pro version versus the Ralph itself. So first of all, ChatGPT has a lot more of a conversational focus in its own content. So you can use it to get like good pieces of content, but you need to input a lot of different inputs and tailor it. Like you would need 5 to 10 times to tell it how to create it in order to get something, while Ralph has like some background instructions how to actually create for email, how to create it for LinkedIn connection, how to create it for a LinkedIn post, etc. The second thing is also that now that they have a Pro version, which actually costs like $20 plus VAT, which is actually the only one you can always use. The thing is that actually between Ralph, as of the 1st of this month, they've opened up the ChatGPT Pro API, which we have implemented within our AI Business Assistant tool. So actually when you purchase Ralph now, you not only get, you do not only get like our tools, you actually get a ChatGPT Pro included within our AI Business Assistant. So it's just an API that they've opened and allows you to use,
If I may, who pays for tokens for ChatGPT AI?
We do, but the tokens are actually pretty cheap on the ChatGPT API currently. So it's actually like, is it like 10 times cheaper than Vinci?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I don't understand the business logic that much in theirs, but yeah. So essentially that's some of the main reasons.
Can I just add, yeah. Basically, you've seen the subscription model. Basically, we pay for the tokens, and on average cost is around $1 to $1.5 on a subscription. That user pays $29, basically, for using the API.
If they use up all 40,000 words.
Sorry, I meant in relation to other startups that are using the ChatGPT as you are, not to ChatGPT itself.
True. So essentially, oh no, is it the other one? Yeah. So essentially, these are maybe some of the most well-known in the area. So compared to them, for example, Reggie is the one also focused on sales content. How we differentiate from them is that they are more of a full integrated solution that you have to connect with your emails, with your CRM, and stuff like that, while it makes it for a simple user a bit more difficult to use it. Also, what we have noticed that we have many more input fields, so you can customize your content much more, while Reggie keeps it more straightforward and gives you maybe 2 input fields to create any type of a content. Compared to Jasper or any other tools like Writesonic, they are much more in terms of like write a marketing email or just write a basic blog post or stuff like that. Sorry. And it kind of makes it, let's say, like, not modestly to say, but they allow you for less complicated content to be created in a way. It does come with a cost that we have more input fields that are also optional, you have to fill them in, but essentially what we heard from users is that they like the availability of being able to create a more complex and more in-depth, for example, we have a client, paying user that uses it to write texts about pharmaceuticals. So, it really gives him the edge to put so many things.
Hello. Well, I'm thinking about, are you targeting more customers like singular professionals and freelancers, things like that, or companies? How is it going to be?
Yep. So for now, actually, we are reaching out mostly to, let's say, the single business owners, which do include like freelancers and like, let's say, coaches and stuff like that, while also we are going after like small and mid-sized sales companies and their sales teams. So essentially, let's say it's a 2-pronged approach, and we currently go after them on LinkedIn for both of the groups. But let's say the majority of them currently are maybe like in the first group of like salespeople, but we are also focusing now more on like small businesses and one-man kind of a business.
If I may, one more question about geographies in your expansion. How do you see, where did you launch, and who are your existing customers, and where do you want to be next?
Absolutely. So most of them are actually US, Canada, and UK based. So let's say from 400 something, it's like about like 60% is from that area, and like Western Europe. We actually have a lot from the Nordics. We have some like let's say connections there in Germany also as a big of country, and of course there is like a 30% of maybe people that we don't really count on going to a paid plan, which are from like, let's say, more modest background countries. But essentially, let's say that 60 to 70% is like North America and Europe, and some of like Australia and New Zealand. So that's kind of our focus, North America.
How deep is the product roadmap? Because it looks like the first version of the product only took 2 months to build.
I'm going to give it to our tech guy.
Yeah, basically that's correct. The first version didn't take too much for us to develop, but we are constantly improving it. Firstly, we improved the UX, making it much easier to use based on the feedback we got. So now it's like pretty simple to use it. Yeah, can you show the next slide? Yeah, the roadmap. Yeah. Yeah, basically we are expecting this GPT-4 implementation, which will, we guess, significantly improve the results of the Ralph. Yeah, the roadmap, we are still collecting the feedback, so we don't have the long-term plans, but basically, yeah, the API integration is one of the on top of the list, because this will significantly allow us to implement for some other tools to implement Ralph, and we will collect their user base.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm thinking about using this app. So the next startup is Balkan-based. It's an organization formed by experienced freelancers and remote work specialists from all over the Balkan region. Their goal is to solve 2 excruciating problems that plague almost every modern digital workplace. Let's hear more about them. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I've never held a mic before in my life, so.
Yeah. Where's the clicker?
All right, so my name is Alex, and I'm here with my friends and business partners and colleagues, Veljko and Ivan, and also Maria in the audience. And we're here to present Balkan Base to all of you. So, the first thing we're going to talk about are the problems and our unique solution. We are targeting two problems that are currently on the market. And the first one is the problem that most startups have when trying to hire remotely, and we know all of them do because of the salary differences, is that they have in-house HR specialists or organizations that claim that they can find capable employees, and instead they just reach out to random people on LinkedIn. And I've personally experienced when working for companies that, you know, these organizations that are supposed to find professionals to work for us, they just reach out to someone randomly on LinkedIn. They do not test if they have the required skill set to, you know, actually do their job, and then they get fired in 7 or 14 days, and the process goes on and on and on until they actually find a capable candidate for the company. And the second issue is more of a humane one, because we all know that people from the Balkans have not so ideal work conditions and also salaries compared to, you know, workers from first world countries. So we are also doing this to try and find perfect remote workspaces for our friends, peers, you know, people we like, that we want them to thrive in better workplaces. So our solution is to connect these two groups of people, and, you know, we personally vet the employees. Those are our acquaintances or even friends, and once we are sure that a candidate is a good fit for our client, we introduce them to each other. We help them, you know, guide them through the interview process, and then they start working together.
Okay, our unique approach is that no other recruitment or headhunting or HR agencies offer what we do, with every member of our team having like a decade of remote work experience. We've built a network of remote work veterans and young and ambitious people looking for remote work and to start doing remote work for the first time in their life. Our database currently holds around 100 people that we're acquaintances or even friends with that are ready to work and open for remote work. Our most unique key selling point is the coffee cup policy. Basically, we personally try to get to know each candidate that goes into our database, and therefore that means that we have a unique insight into whether the employee would be a good fit for the company and the roles they're seeking. All the similar services have straightforward staffing procedures, which basically consist of people applying to their networks or contacting random folk on LinkedIn.
All right, so how is our idea unique? Can you move to the next slide? Right. Yeah. Can you give me the bullet points? The people in our database that we mentioned, we have, for example, 10 writers, 5 marketing specialists, SEO specialists. We have some developers, although those are very hard to find. So when a client reaches out to us, or we reach out to them, and then they, you know, give us the job description, and let's say they're looking for an SEO specialist, we then look into our database, we see which SEO specialists we have available, and we first reach out to them, explain to them what the role would be, and see if they're interested, and then we make a short list, you know, and we select the candidate that would be the ideal fit for the client based on, you know, different factors. Or maybe a candidate doesn't want to work, maybe they only want flexible work hours, maybe they are not happy with the pay, whatever. And once we are sure that our candidate and the client would work greatly together, we connect them and, you know, introduce them to each other.
since the future is remote, we can say that our market is nearly infinite. So as long as there are companies in Western countries and in Americas looking to hire remote workers, then there's going to be a job for us. On the other hand, when it comes to employees, we are certain that there won't ever be a shortage of employees. As Nicola in presentation mentioned earlier, in Southern Eastern Europe, 75% of remote employees are satisfied with their positions. So we expect that the number of remote workers and the number of their the amount of their satisfaction will continue to increase in the future.
Time's up already. Oh wow! No, we didn't pay him that much attention. Sorry.
How familiar are you guys with landing jobs in Portugal? Because that seems to be tackling a very similar problem to what you're doing, and they've managed to strike that right balance between, I guess, being perceived as a tech company and a platform, whilst also doing what, to be frank, looks like a recruitment agency job as well. And they've kind of struck that balance really nicely. I don't know if you're familiar with them or not.
No.
Really recommend having a look at them, because they have kind of straddled that balance, and they've made a real impact by having a very tight geographic focus. So their focus is on Portugal. To be frank, I've never seen anything similar to that in any other countries, but they've done a really good job of that, so it could be worth having a close look anyway.
Yeah, we are focusing on the US market because we had a few clients already. We didn't get to that part, sadly. And basically we were doing this for 5 or 6 years in the past already. We were finding employees for our employers at companies where we worked at. So a couple of months ago, I quit my then job. And the founder was like, hey man, can you find me, 3 more people for this? And I was like, yeah, but you need to pay. So I expected him to say, I'm not going to use any curse words. And he was like, yeah, I'm going to pay. So I talked to them and we decided that we actually have a good business model. We made a website, started reaching out and blah, blah.
Great, thanks.
So you are going to be serving all world, but recruiting in Balkans.
Yeah, we are exclusively looking for employers that are from first world countries, and they are already trying to, focus their staffing on this particular region because of the salary difference, and we are just going to help them find ideal people and not random people from socials.
You're going to drink a lot of coffees.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're in a scalable mode, if you are going there.
Oh yeah, we currently have 10 members in our team. That's also something we didn't mention. So we have people from Belgrade, obviously, Novi Sad, Zagreb, Sarajevo, Banja Luka, and the Kotor. It's in Montenegro, for those of you who don't know. So our network is like we are going to universities, it's our ex-business colleagues, everyone. Our database already has more than 200 people who are ready to work, either industry experts or completely unexperienced, but ambitious and speaking fluent English.
Do you plan to automate the vetting process so it doesn't create a bottleneck in scaling?
Never. That's our key selling point. We are never automating anything. It's like every employee is someone that we know personally and we can guarantee for them. Like if something goes wrong, it's going to be a very rare occurrence, and we are going to, for free, find another employee for the client. But basically what we want is that when we help a client hire someone, we want to be able to say, hey, this is a great human being, they will fit great into your workplace, and minimize the risk of there being any, them stopping to work together.
Thank you.
I'm good. All my questions got answered.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. And I will kindly invite the last startup of this round of 5 to join us here. PetSmeet is a social network mobile application for pet owners and animal lovers. With PetSmeet, users can connect with other pet owners in their local area and beyond, share photos and videos of their beloved pets, and participate in a variety of fun and informative discussions. So, guys, welcome. 5 minutes, I will share.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Nikola, and he is my colleague Branko.
Hello.
Today we are presenting the PetSmeet social network for pet owners, lovers, and businesses in pet industry, Pet Lovers Universe. So PetSmeet is a social network for the pet lovers, businesses, and businesses in pet industry. We are creating a global community where you could find the solutions for daily problems, interact with community, and improve your business. Some problems we noticed in the owners' lives is the 30% of the owners hardly find their lost pets. 75% of owners don't know how to find or where to find a partner for their pets, and 65% of owners don't know how to care about their pets. Businesses in pet industry are faced with investing a huge amounts in the marketing and don't get the real result. Our solution for previous mentioned problems is a mobile multi-platform app we built for the pet lovers and businesses. We have two types of profiles in the app. Users profiles, where owners could create profiles for the pets and share and create interesting content. Interact with others, and provide a feedback about services and products they use. We have the business profiles, where the business in pet industry could provide their services, their products, and get feedback about them and improve their sales.
So our competitors have solutions for mentioned problems, but they're usually solutions for singular problem. And also you will have to look up all the different websites, groups on other social networks, or some forums to find the solutions, while PetSmeet is all of that in one place.
Our market opportunity, there is like over 1 billion pets worldwide. More than 30 million pets in the Balkan Peninsula region, dogs and cats being the most popular type of the pets. Locally in Serbia, there is 1.5 million dogs and about 30,000 cats. Owners in Serbia spent near the 100 million euros for the pet care and health. And our major markets is the EU, China, and US. So our market strategy is to be stable in Serbia, then expand to the Balkan region, and then go to the major markets.
Our business model consists of two types of profiles. Free user profile. Basically, app will be free for everyone to register and use, and please do so. Users will have options to pay for boosts for their profiles and posts. Also, we plan to reward our users with loyalty system through referral systems and achievements, and get them benefits from it. We will have business profiles. They would pay a monthly fee. They would get opportunity to advertise their products or services to their targeted audience, and we would provide them with analytics for their potential customers. Also, we're considering some additional revenues, like GPS locators, sponsored ads. We went from last year from having an idea to completing the completing the early MVP, to now having some active users. Our goal in the next few months is to get first business users, and the goal in the next 12 months is to get around 30,000 active users, 500 business users, to set up a company's head office, to get users from Balkan area. In the next 24 months, we plan to scale those numbers up to get more active users and business profiles, to expand to nearby countries, to expand our team, to implement some of our additional revenues.
Here you can our financial models. We have low expectation model, realistic, and the high expectation. Low expectation model comes with without investing in the marketing. It's passive income. Realistic expectation is the product of our business strategy, and the high expectation is the product of if our app skyrockets. Here you can see the dream team that developed the application. Our team is our goal is to provide good softwares and create a sustainable and product and business. Here you can see our investment proposition. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Hi, thank you for the presentation and congratulations on the idea. I have just one question. How will you try to acquire users for time?
Our strategy is to acquire, first of all, pet owners. Pet owners, our tactic is to reach them through our system of gamification. We have some referral system through the invitation, and we want to be thankful for someone who invites his friends and provide a reward through the partnership with our partners. So that's the most important strategy to acquire more pet owners. Businesses comes with the huge number of pet owners.
If I'm understanding correctly, this is basically social media for pet owners.
Yes, that's basically the idea. So and having some functionalities for pets. For example, like finding pet's partner or helping you find your lost pet, something like that.
And the GPS logators, will you be cross-selling them or building them yourself?
We're still considering the idea, but we do plan after we make some business profiles and our app goes places.
My question is about the competition. Maybe you have it somewhere in the presentation, but what about, I mean, I don't know for Serbia, but for other regions, are there some market leaders? What's the market you're aiming?
We are first aiming for market in Serbia, then we slowly start to expand after we show our business model is good.
Yeah, but are there any similar social networks for pets or something where the field you are playing in?
Not that we are aware of.
Not even of the failures?
We don't know.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Forgive the question, but it was the most the most intriguing statistics. You mentioned that 75% of owners are trying to find a partner for their pet. Is that a friend or a friend with a benefits partner for pets, or what?
Sorry, I'm sorry. We are not a Tinder for the pets. We are, first of all, network for the owners, and then we help owners to find the pets for match their pet.
Thanks, got it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And now we have two more speakers to hear and their interesting stories. Our next speaker is Peter Sachev, investor at Launch Hub Ventures. Peter is a very adaptable person that understands what drives sales in business. For almost 2 years, he has been an investor at Launch Hub Ventures, a leading early-stage venture capital fund investing in tech startups in the seed and Series A funding stages. Welcome.
I'm gonna need the clicker. Yeah, let me just try it out. Okay, that's good. Hello, everybody. Just a small disclaimer. I woke up 4 o'clock today to be here with you. So sorry for if I speak some stupid things and so on and so forth. So yeah, thanks for having me here. My name is Peter, part of Launch Hub Ventures. So what I'm gonna try to cover today with you, it's basically a quick presentation on how to fundraise from our region in 2023. So a quick question for the audience. How many of you are actually founders in the room today? Okay, so there are plenty of guys and girls founders. So I hope that at the end of this presentation, you'll be able to really understand and get some practical insights on how to better shape your fundraising activities, your next fundraising activities, hopefully this year. So this is the agenda for today. I'm going to start with a quick summary of what we do and how we do it at Launch Hub Ventures. After that, I'm going to go through the quick overview of the macro environment, the scope of the current macro environment, slowdown of the VC activity, how the CE performs historically and currently, and also what are our expectations in 2023. And of course, I'm gonna end up with a few takeaways for the founders who are up to fundraising activity. So quickly about us. Currently, we're operating out of our third fund, which is basically 74 million euros. Already made 19 investments out of it, and we are actively investing into the Southeast European region. We have 2 investments in Serbia, 9 in Romania, a couple in Bulgaria and in Greece. We also invest into the diaspora in those countries. So people that are located in the US, in the UK, from the region, we can invest in such companies and teams as well. Our initial investment is in between 300,000 and 2.5 million euros as an initial ticket from us. And our total investment per company can go up to 7.5 million. We're industry agnostic. However, the majority of the companies in our portfolio is into the B2B SaaS space, enterprise software. We've invested in AI and ML companies, also crypto, blockchain, so on and so forth. From a history perspective, the fund was established 12 years ago. Currently, we're investing out of our third vintage. At the very beginning, we started as an accelerator program with a small fund of 9 million. After that, we moved forward to a fund of 20 million, and currently we are operating out of the 74 million fund. And the stages in which we currently invest in is seed, pre-Series A, and Series A rounds. So basically, we're looking for companies that have passed the initial traction, the MVP stage of the product, have first customers, first revenue, so on and so forth. And so this is our sweet spot, basically. Launch Hub in numbers. 11 years, 3 funds, 160 million asset under management, invested in more than 200 companies. And here you can see some of the companies, some most successful companies in our portfolio. Quantive, that raised almost $160 million up to Series C. Our most recent company that which is the rising star from our portfolio, is a company called Ampeco, 18 million A round, led by BMW iVentures. Yeah, and you can see some other companies from the slides here. Some of our co-investors, so top European funds, we co-invested with top European funds like Firush, for example, is here in the room. I know Point9, 500, Tier 1 Silicon Valley funds like Insight, Sequoia, and also other partners into the CE or SE region like Firush, Innovo, Credo, so on and so forth. So how to get in touch? After the presentation, you're going to find my email at the last slide. You can LinkedIn me, you can email me. You can also fill in the form on our website, or we can ask an intro for a founder that knows us, the team, me personally, and so on and so forth. So now, talking about the macro environment, this was, I complete the first part, which is like selling a little bit the fund. So, talking about the macro environment, what I'm going to do right now, it's going to give a quick overview from global to local, what's going on, and how our region fits into the overall global picture of venture capital activity. So this is basically to put things into perspective. On the current slide, you can see what was the development of the VC capital investment all around globally. You can see a huge, increase into the activities from 2011 up to last year and this year. However, in 2022, 2023, something changed. Basically, economic downturn started, higher interest rates that we see all over the place, which drove valuations following down, multiples of the companies following down. We see businesses to spend less. And also geopolitical tension, political tension, so on and so forth. By the way, I did this presentation on Thursday before the Silicon Valley Bank, the issues with the Silicon Valley Bank. So that's why not on the slides, but hopefully things will play out well there. So what we've seen in the past year was public markets going down by 50–60%. Also huge layoffs since COVID in the big technology companies. And also basically the bottom line is that right now capital starts to become more and more expensive. It's not free anymore as it was until 2022 basically, for the past 3 years or so. And how this how the VC market changed globally, basically the activity, as you probably all heard from social media and so on and so forth, the activity slowed down, later stage rounds were highly affected, early stage rounds are still unaffected. We still see venture capitalists and VC all around the globe keep doing early stage investments. However, the trend soon, we expect that the trend soon will get there as well. So we'll see kind of a slowdown into the early stage rounds as well. VC is becoming more and more cautious and picky. So there is no more, writing check on a first date or something like that. So more time for due diligence, so on and so forth. And also efficiency with growth. It's the new mantra. It's not growth at all cost as it was for the past 3 years. To put things into perspective about our region, the growth in the CEE, it's basically outpacing Europeans in terms of enterprise value. So on the current slide, you can see that from 2012 to 2022, our region grew, in terms of enterprise value, grew by more than 50x compared to the European average of 13x, which basically led to increased interest in global tier 1 investors, Southeast European startups competing on a par with the European ones, and also more unicorns emerging from the region. And in terms of invested capital, this graph represents what's the VC capital investment seed and Series A only from our region. So you can see that for the past 10 or so years, there is more than, 10 times increase in the investment in the region. However, the slowdown is visible here as well. Last year, we saw a dip into the amount of investment capital for the rounds, and the trend keeps on developing this year as well. So, what are our expectations for 2023 going forward? Basically, we're already into the new reality, and we expect that the new reality is here to stay. Globally, the next 12 to 24 months would be marked by slowdown into the VC investment activity. Seed stage investments into the seed stage will keep on going. However, investors will look for better metrics, more traction probably, and more efficient growth. Also, successful growth investors, we hear more and more that they're basically on sabbatical. Probably will do at around 10 to 15% of the deals of 2022. And as I mentioned, growth at all cost is not the mantra anymore. It's basically suspended. In our region, in the Southeast European region, the global trends will hit here, but with some delay. Less VC activity and less VC capital. This is what we expect to see in the region. Early stage will get funds adjusted to the new reality. However, we're here, we're still super bullish on the region, keep on investing, and yeah, still looking actively in the region. So if you're looking to fundraise, what are our 2 cents? Basically, start your fundraising activity as early as possible. Expand your VC network globally and locally. Prepare to show more traction than before, as mentioned. Prepare for longer negotiation process, longer due diligence process, more calls with your customers, more calls with your partners, potential customers. Fundraise for at least 24 months of runway. This is what we advise all of our startups and all of the startups that we speak with actively about fundraising. And of course, be fully committed on your startup. This would be expected from investors to see. So to be on the positive side, you heard that many times, in downturns and down markets, some of the best startups are created. So even though the things look a little bit gloomy and not that shiny in terms of VC activity, keep on developing your business, keep on doing your stuff, and yeah, so things will end up positively. Thanks a lot for the time. Happy to get any questions if you have. Which company did you invest in? Yeah, so there is one Serbian/Slovenian company that's basically a crypto exchange. The company is called Cryptomat, and we invested 3 years ago or so. The other company that we invested in is the company is called Index Health. It's from a Serbian/Croatian guy that sits in Miami, lives in Miami, New York right now. So yeah, this is our second investment from the current fund. What are the upcoming unicorns in our region? Well, it's hard to say that. Hopefully a couple from our portfolio, but we'll see that, yeah. So yeah, I don't have an answer which are the upcoming unicorns in the region.
If there are some other questions? 1 to 5? No. If not, thank you, Peter. And
Thanks
you
a lot. Thanks a lot for having me.
And if you have other questions for Peter, you can ask him also during the break. Okay, we have one more speaker here. Odnosno, sad ću se prebaciti opet na srpski i ostao nam je još jedan predavač, nakon čega nam sledi pauza za ručak. Ja ću vam navesti unapred koliko će trajati. A naš naredni predavač je Luka Radovanović, co-founder i COO brzo rastuće kompanije B2B. Luka će govoriti o sebi, svojim poslovnim početcima u preduzetničkim vodama kompaniji, softverskoj kompaniji B2B i svašta nešto zanimljivo. Izvoli, Luka.
Hvala, zdravo svima. Ovo predavač zvuči malo onako previše ozbiljno, ovo je više onako neformalni razgovor, ako sam ja dobro razumeo format pep toka. Tako da dobro, dosta ljudi ovde i znam iz ovog našeg startup sveta. Ništa, koliko sam ja razumeo ovaj format pep toka, tu sam da vam nešto ispričam o našoj kompaniji, početcima, kako smo stigli ovde, dokle smo stigli i ništa, da vam objasnim gde smo sada. Ništa, pre jedno 10 godina, tako nešto, kad sam završio fakultet, studirao sam baš za software development, krenuo sam naravno odmah da programiram, prvi posao je bilo logično neki outsourcing, da se što brže, što više toga nauči, tako da smo jedno, sigurno 3 godine sam radio tu, pokupio gomilu iskustva, tu mi je bilo možda za ovo sada najmerodavnije i najbolje iskustvo je to neko menadžovanje timova, rad na više projekata paralelno gde timovi dele resurse i tako dalje. Tako da je to bilo vrlo interesantno. ali već nakon 3 godine tu je bio taj neki entrepreneurial, taj moment gde sam krenuo sa bliskim prijateljima da radim na nekom projektu. Bio je vezan naravno za gaming, za igrice, kako je to već bilo tada aktualno. Mislim da se ne lažemo i dalje, igram igrice koliko sad mogu da stignem, ali i dalje je interesantno. Tu smo podigli neku prvu investiciju, bila je mala i to smo jako brzo, da kažem, slupali u neki prvi zid na koji smo naleteli, s obzirom da se nismo spremili za to kako treba. Regulatori su nas bukvalno ugasili u roku od, pa ne znam da li prošle 6 meseci, tako nešto. Tako se neslavno završilo, ali i iz te prve priče već onako jedna dobra stvar napravljena. To sam upoznao prvog koosnivača B2B-a Dejana, on je naši CTO danas. Tako da ta priča se eto loše završila, vratili smo se u outsourcing, nastavili to da radimo. Ono što je bitno za priču jeste da taj outsourcing se svodio najviše na neke e-commerce. U suštini to je bila neka glavna tema. B2C, e-commerce i generalno prodavnice. Normalno, kao što svi znate, i u posljednjih par godina, i to je već aktualno neko vreme, to tržište je potpuno preplavljeno rešenjima. Ima milijardu rešenja koje se bave tom temom, neka su bolja, neka su lošija, ali jednostavno je to bilo toliko preplavljeno da više nije bilo nikome bitno kako to izgleda i nisi mogao da postigneš, niti smo imali dovoljno resursa da postignemo neku dominaciju na tom tržištu i da napravimo neku veliku promenu, odnosno neki market disruption. Tu se napravio prostor za B2B e-commerce. Sada je već svi znaju za to, ali taj moment automatizacije i digitalizacije tih procesa uopšte nije bio aktuelan. I zato, opet, tu važna stvar, ta tranzicija između outsourcinga do kreiranja proizvoda i B2B-a, meni je uvek bio problem kad sam radio outsourcing što smo išli, da kažem, iz projekta u projekat bez nekog dovoljno dobro definisanog cilja. Stalno se to nešto ponavljalo, sličan sales proces, slične stvari, ali nikako da ostane ništa iza. Zbog toga smo rešili da napravimo proizvod koji ćemo prodavati po SaaS modelu, koji će se samo, da kažem, povećavati i gde ćemo dostići, da kažem, neki ozbiljniji uspeh po ugledu na neke firme koje su to već uveliko radile. Tako je nastao B2B 2018. godine. Krenuli smo bukvalno nas trojica. Jedna od stvari koja nas je motivisala da krenemo bio je naučno-tehnološki park. To je bilo isto potpuno spontano, projekat je bio tamo i samo sam rekao kako mi prija to okruženje i taj čitav network i jednostavno atmosfera koja se tamo pravila, koja nije bila uopšte u korpo fazonu, već baš nešto drugačije. Ja tad nisam bio ni upućen u startup svet, da me neko tad pitao šta je startup, rekao bi kao mlada kompanija, a startup uopšte nije samo mlada kompanija, startup može da bude kompanija stara 10 godina ako se na taj način jednostavno vodi i ako je kompanijska kultura startup. Tako da to su bile neke stvari koje su mi se jako dopale. I vrlo brzo smo napravili firmu, krenula je prva atrakcija, dobili smo 2 ili 3 klijenta. Prvom klijentu smo povećali prodaju, znači nakon prvih automatizacija za 400%. Znači 4 puta smo im povećali revenue već u prvoj godini nakon korišćenja. Sledećem, 200, drugom 150, ne znam ni ja, baš smo onako vezali nekoliko klijenata i videli smo da to ima smisla. Međutim, sa atrakcijom došli su i normalno prvi problemi sa novcem, jer kako startup kreće da raste relativno brzo, normalno investirali smo mi nešto našeg novca, ali to smo jako brzo u ovom našem poslu, da kažem, softverskom, vrlo brzo smo i kroz to proleteli. I iako nismo planirali u tom momentu da dižemo neke investicije, jednostavno je došla potreba da smo morali, zato što ta atrakcija nije bila naravno dovoljna da prati taj brzi rast, zato i služi investicije. I onda smo krenuli sa tim. Prvi investitor s kojim smo pričali, opet je bilo u naučno-tehnološkom parku, investitor iz Izraela, sve je bilo super, bio je tu kao neka vrsta advajzora, došao je da nas uči kako da pičujemo, dopao mu se biznis i rekao je hajde da probamo mi to i da vas povežem sa mojim fondom. I nakon nekoliko pičeva već je bilo sve onako poludogovoreno i ostalo je samo formalnost da popričamo sa njegovim partnerima. I ništa, krenuli smo u te razgovore, trebao sam da držim pitch i održao sam katastrofalan pitch njegovim partnerima. toliko loš da nam na kraju nisu ni investirali u nas. Mislim da je žena otišla na odmor posle piča od sat i po vremena da sam je udavio onako maksimalno, ali jednostavno to je bilo onako, falilo je u tom momentu dosta iskustva za pičevanje, to je možda bio drugi pič u životu koji je bio tako zvaničan. Tako da posle toga nastavili smo naravno da tražimo i onda sam u već 2 puta pomenutom naučno-tehnološkom parku upoznao Stevicu koji je ovde u prvom redu. U to vreme nije bilo kao sada, što imamo onako dosta razvijenu i tu startup zajednicu i dosta prilika za investicije i tako dalje, bilo jako malo. Bio je inovacioni fond sa jednim ovim programom, mini grant je tada bio i još bukvalno 1-2 fonda koji su bili aktivni u regionu i onda smo krenuli da razgovaramo. Phil Rouge Capital je tada imao, možda mislim drugi batch, ako se ne varam smo mi bili, to je bio drugi batch njihovih investicija, gde smo prošli onako kroz jedan, naravno, niz razgovora i morali smo čak da neko vreme provodimo u Zagrebu. Ono što je interesantno u toj priči, jedino što smo imali od ponuda pre toga bile su relokacije. Ljudi su nas zvali da se selimo, ne znam, u UK, u Estoniju i tako neke akceleratori su to radili i mi nismo mogli jer krenula je ta neka rana trakcija i morali smo budemo na terenu, da budemo tu uz klijente jer normalno sve smo mi radili nas trojica i još po neki čovjek koji je došao. Tako da, onako, kako smo jedan, drugi, treći razgovor i Phil Rouge je bio naš prvi investitor. Ušli smo u akceleratorski program, prvi put smo se susreli sa nekim stvarima kao što su mentori, neki ljudi koji žele da nam pomognu, koji nam govore neke pametne stvari, koji su prošli kroz nešto što mi tek treba da prođemo, a to je to skelovanje biznisa, kako ćemo, šta ćemo, kako otvoriti novo tržište uopšte, koliko god delovalo da je samo proizvod, neka najvažnija stvar, to je onako vrlo, da kažem, početnička greška, da smo mislili da je to najbitnije. Tako smo tu dobili neki onako mentorship i zaista nam je puno značilo. I ništa, nakon godinu dana, naravno ispeglili smo našu platformu, izmenili neke stvari. Ono što nisam pomenuo, a da smo dobili kontekst, možda nije loše, B2B je kompanija koja se bavi automatizacijom poslovnih procesa u veleprodaji, gde mi pokušavamo da digitalizujemo i automatizujemo što veći broj procesa u wholesaling kompaniji. To je Enterprise B2B SaaS, koji zahteva puno developmenta, znači dosta ljudi, dosta razvoja i ima critical business influence, što znači da sistemi ne smiju da prestanu da rade ni u jednom trenutku, jer gomila firmi prebacuje kod nas apsolutno sve poručbine koje ima i tako dalje, tako da za mali tim jedno onako prilično veliko opterećenje. Nakon što smo krenuli sa Phil Rougeom, otvorili smo i tržište Hrvatske, nastavili smo da rastemo, da kažem, prilično brzo. U suštini, već u prvoj godini smo duplirali, u stvari nismo duplirali, mislim da smo imali 3 ili 4 puta rast, u drugoj godini opet 3 puta rast, tako da smo onako krenuli da eksponencijalno rastemo. Onda sledeća investicija, ponovo je bio follow-up Phil Rouge-a i sa tom investicijom bila je ideja da se uradi taj prvi scale-up koji smo uspeli da izvedemo i tu sad već, da kažem, veći broj klijenata je bio, opet smo porasli 3 puta i nakon toga i onda kako to već ide, naravno krenula je korona. Odmah sve sa tim investicijama, kada popunjavamo one rizike, kao koji su rizici u vašem biznisu i onda se treba napisati COVID, globalna pandemija, rat i tako dalje, tako da više to tada nam nije padalo na pamet, ali eto, dodatni rizici, koji su onako uticali na nas prilično dobro, posebno pandemija. Tu bi se samo možda malo osvrnuo na neke stvari kao što je pivotiranje proizvoda, gde smo mi tokom pandemije neke stvari izmenili u našim softverima kako bi korisnici mogli da izađu iz pandemije kao pobednici i kako bi nastavio da im raste prodaja, gde smo neke aplikacije pivotirali i tako dalje. Neću ulaziti u detalje jer nije tema ovog razgovora, ali čisto eto kao ideja jeste da se treba brzo reagovati. I to je jedna od stvari koje su opet karakteristične za startup, jer startup to može da radi. Veliki problem je nekoj korporaciji da uzme i da pivotira bilo šta kada je zakucana gomilom procesa i svega živog, tu je prednost startupa, da se u svakoj toj nekoj situaciji prilagodi momentu i ispliva najbolje moguće iz njega. nakon toga, znači, nastavili smo i kreću prvi sada neki problemi kada je tim prešao 10 ljudi. Kako menadžovati sve te ljude bez nekog, da kažem, sa ljudima koji treba njih da organizuju. Kada je to već nas osnivača nekako ispalo iz ruke i više nismo mogli da hendlamo sve te ljude, a sa druge strane da se bavimo i investicijama, i investitorima, i prodajom i tako dalje. Tako da to je bila onako jedna velika interesantna stvar. Kako smo to rešili? Nismo, i dalje rešavamo, to je i dalje u procesu. Sada evo do kraja ove godine treba tim da ima 30 ljudi, tako da ću vam javiti kako će to da prođe, pošto smo sada opet evo na 4 puta rastu koji smo dobili kao zadatak koji treba da obavimo ove godine. Srećom smo na jako dobrom putu. Trenutno ono što je pratilo ove dve investicije, sad podižemo i treću koja je vezana za angel ulagače, o tome možemo pričamo posle, ako neko želi da čuje nešto više o tome. Jeste moment katapulta. Mi smo bili prva generacija katapult akceleratora, zajedno sa još nekima ovde u prostoriji, i tu je u stvari došlo do izražaja možda kroz taj program i post program aktivnosti je došlo do izražaja značaj mentora. Mi nekako tokom svog ovog razvoja i tako dalje, naravno slušali smo dosta, učili smo i sve to u redu, ali ovde smo dobili nekako potpuno drugačiji nivo podrške mentora. Ljudi koji su potpuno podigli naš biznis na neki sledeći nivo, svojim savetima, svojom energijom i nekako znanjem kroz koje su oni prolazili i dali su nam toliko vrednosti da jednostavno ne mogu čak ni da prepričam. I to je neki odnos koji se izgradio i nastavit će dalje. Mi trenutno imamo 5 ili 6 advajzora koji su sa nama za različite neke teme koje prolazimo sa njima i apsolutno mislim da je značaj mentora za razvoj startupa, za brzo rastuće startupe, jedna od ključnih stvari. Znači mentori, advajzori i tako dalje. Tako da mislim da je to bukvalno jedan od ključnih faktora. Treba naći ljude koji su stručni u svojim oblastima, specijalisti za različite teme, zavisno opet čime se bavite i tako. Jednostavno zato što neko će vam trebati za investicije, neko će trebati za produkt, za scaling, otvaranje novih tržišta. Svaka od onih tema koju prolazimo kroz pitch deckove i koje pičujemo će se na kraju dana zaista će neko morati da je izvede, koliko god ne razumeli značaj svega toga. Kao što rekao na početku i sa time bih negde i da privedem kraju ovu priču, to je da smo sada došli do toga da ćemo na kraju godine biti tim od 30 ljudi koji ima oko 100 i nešto klijenata u ovom delu Evrope. Otvorili smo tržišta Južne Amerike, Severne Amerike, ceo Balkan, uskoro ćemo otvoriti nemačko tržište, tako da onako jednostavno smo se raširili, što bi rekli, na sve strane. B2B je do danas podigao oko €1 milion investicija uz grantove i sve, tako da ne znam šta da vam kažem. Svaka ideja je luda dok nije. Hvala vam na pažnji.
Hvala, Luka. Ne znam da li ima nekih pitanja za tebe? To je za Luku. Aha.
Kako ste došli ideje i kako ste počeli da egzekutujete tu ideju?
Mi smo baš by the book. Našli smo problem koji je ogroman prostor na tržištu i krenuli da ga rešavamo. Što smo duže bili u toj, da kažem, u tom poslu, sve smo bili bolji i sad smo najbolji. Tako da, eto, bukvalno je tako bilo.
Kako ste, mogu da pitam, kako ste prilazili kompanijama, klijentima?
Pa prvi klijenti su bili bukvalno onako na preporuku. Tako da smo krenuli ovdje u Srbiji da rastemo jako brzo i kroz možda baš razgovore sa VC-evima i investitorima smo malo promenili biznis model. Jer nama bio biznis model super, zatvarali smo 9 od 10 poslova s kim god smo pričali, ali to je bilo previše sporo. Mislim, kako god to zvučalo, zavisi kakve su ambicije, to je bilo previše sporo, pa smo onda morali da rotiramo i biznis model, tako da možemo da rastemo paralelno na velikom broju tržišta. Tako da nam je biznis model u suštini ta prodaja preko kanala i preko partnera. I to je ono što je napravilo veliki skok. Nema na čemu. Hvala na pitanju.
Imamo ovde gore još.
Kako do prve podrške od strane nekog fonda? Sada baš ima dosta prilika. Bukvalno možemo da podelimo posle, baš sam radio neke slajdove za meetup, nije ni važno. Sada ima gomila programa, zavisi u kom ste u kojoj ste fazi rasta, ali u suštini od najranijih faza, kroz Raising Starts, pa dalje kroz programe inovacionog fonda kao što su Smart Start, Mini Grant, pa onda sve do Katapulta, tu su još nekoliko fondova gde može da se dođe do prvog novca koji će zaista značiti i sve no equity, tako da kako do toga, bukvalno mi snimate sve na sajtovima, ljudi iz Naučno-tehnološkog parka za Raising Starts i od inovacionog fonda su sjajni i slobodno pričajte sa njima, najotvorenije, pitajte ih sve, bolje će vam reći nego mi. Tako da, apsolutno preporučujem.
Aha, imamo i ovde pitanje.
Heavy MVP, znači bukvalno štap i kanap. Prvi paying customer je bio haos. Bukvalno smo sve radili, ne čak prvi, nego prvih XY. Što nas je kasnije bolelo kada smo radili refactor i kad smo sve prebacivali na nove verzije, sa MVP-a na nešto stabilno, tako da to je bilo baš, mislim, do te mere da smo onako ručno gasili workere na serveru koji su zakucavali server kada je preveliki pik, tako da baš MVP. I preporučujem da se MVP ili testira ili prodaje.
Samo na to da sam dovežem, jeste nudili priliku kad ste imali neku vrstu, da kažem, popusta, na primjer, probite kod nas prvih 30 dana besplatno, prvih 10 dana besplatno, tako nešto?
Ništa. Oni nisu ni primećivali da koriste nešto što mi, da kažem, u backgroundu sređujemo kad treba, ali monitoring je tu bio ključan. Nema na čemu. Hvala na pitanju.
Imamo još jedno pitanje. Da li ste imali strah da li će ideja biti uspešna ako slični proizvodi već postoje? Kako ste našli prve klijente?
Da, što se tiče straha za to, za ideju i da li postoje proizvodi, od konkurencija smo mnogo učili vremenom. Baš je bilo onako, dosta smo ih istraživali. Da li smo imali strah, da li će ideja biti uspešna? Pa nismo imali kad da imamo strah. Bukvalno smo krenuli smo, prodajamo odmah, bez nekog, da kažem, straha da neće uspeti ideja. Nas su čak pitali investitori u nekoliko puta, pa zašto vi samo ne nastavite da rastete organski ovde u regionu? Jednostavno, naše ambicije su mnogo veće od toga. Napravili smo proizvod koji je bio mnogo napredniji od svega što je bilo na tržištu i jednostavno smo želeli da idemo, da kažem, da to proširimo i da se prodaje na celom svetu, da svi koriste naše rešenja. Slični proizvodi naravno postoje. Mi smo našli svoje kompetitivne vrednosti u odnosu na te ostale, na konkurentne vrednosti u odnosu na te druge proizvode i njih smo jako forsirali i njih smo sve više i više unapređivali, gde smo došli do onako jednog inovativnog edge-a koji jednostavno ne mogu firme da postignu. Tako da to je ono što nam je bilo važno. Kako smo našli prve klijente? Prve klijenti su u suštini našli nas. Mi smo već bili negde u industriji i onda kad smo zatvorili to kod prva 3 klijenta i kao na početku priče sam rekao kad smo im podigli prodaju 400%, bilo je prilično lako. Sledeći scale, kada se prevaziđe ovaj moment tih early klijenata i prvih klijenata, taj rast na novim tržištima gde vas ljudi ne znaju i tako dalje, tu je izazov. I tu je bilo dosta onako snalaženja i bilo potrebno mnogo učenja.
Sjajno. Hvala, Luka.
Hvala vama.
I stigli smo do najvažnijeg dela. Pauze za ručak. Vidimo se za 40 minuta ovde. To je 3:20. I tada ćemo čuti još 5 start-upova i još par predavanja. Uživajte u pauzi. Možemo da nastavimo dalje. U ovom poslednjem bloku čeka nas još 5 pičeva od 5 različitih start-upova, zatim imat ćemo jedan pep talk i za kraj jedan sjajni panel sa divnim damama. Sad da prvo krenemo od pičeva i ovog uzbudljivog dela. nastavit ću opet na engleskom, s obzirom na to da nam je žiri internacionalan. Our first startup is North, whose goal is to provide an automated and cost-effective solution for sales data analysis. I will invite them to join. You will have 5 minutes to present your idea and then 5 questions from the jury. Enjoy.
Thank you. Help. I need a pointer. Thank you. Yep. So, hello, and I'm ready when you are. Can I start? Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Milos, and today I'm going to present you our solution called StoreMetrics. And as you see from the title, it's an all-in-one software as a service solution that provides premium data services, analyzes and optimizes team efficiency for production companies. How this all started, like every one of you goes into retail stores, go to supermarkets, and you'd even think about why are the shelves presented the way they are? Why is the Nutella always near the bread? And again, what happens? How is the strategy behind all that? What happens when you actually buy one thing in the register? When my colleagues, one from my partners in the company, came to me when he was switching from one FMCG company to another, he said that currently there's like enormous amount of space, an enormous amount of companies that are still waiting for the automation, still looking for the best suitable solution for all of this. So what do you came to the conclusion of almost 2 years of market analysis? So that the data is large, of course, you can mention, and it's mostly in the raw form. There is a big problem of manipulating all the data. Effectiveness, of course. Why? Because you are creating reports and analysis maybe on a false data or not correctly analyzed data. And again, even if they analyze the data, we still found that there's a lot of insynchronicity between the actual offices and the managers and the actual people working on the fields, working and servicing the retail stores. And of course, there's an enormous time waste. Why? Because if something happens in the store, they need to go there, take a photo, come home, make a presentation, and present them in week after on a meeting, and then next week go and fix the issue. There is a lot of time that is wasted and a lot of money for the company. So we decided to create a solution to reduce operational costs, as we said, to try to automate all of the processes or most of the processes mentioned, and of course try to make a functional and flexible solution so that we can cover most of the companies. This is we call it North's ecosystem. First one is StoreCheck. That's the application for the supervisors and commercialists used in stores in order to report the actual real-time visuals and the representations of the selling objects and their products inside the stores. Of course, second is secondary positions and returns. Again, what happens when there's near expiry date? Why are the products selling more, and why are these actions and discounts when the expiry date is near? Again, this is how we are doing it. And again, next one is promo management. You are fairly familiar with it. Again, why are the discounts seasonal, expiry date related, or just some strategic move? And sell in, sell out is the model that is going to receive and collect all of the sales data from the registers, connect it, analyze it, and present it in a digestible way to the managers and supervisors. What we create, this is the thing that we decided to do when we started to get. Okay, we need to be high flexible. Why? Lots of the companies do and function in a similar way, but we need to adjust to each one of them. We need to make an objectively good and usable features, and we're going to be priced at a fraction of the price for in comparison to the local or international competitors. We are trying to reduce mistakes, to show a genuine data happening on the fields. We are going to decrease time consumption and to show the conclusive analytics. Why, when we talk about USP, we have created a subscription model. Why? Because most of the companies have them yearly budgeting, and when something happens, they need to allocate most of the resources. We are allowing trial periods, more flexibility, and as I said, prices and time reductions. how the applications work. Commercialists and managers are in the stores, taking photos, collecting data, and we have a digital platform application that all of the data is connected without statistics, so that we are skipping that lag between managers and the actual stores. The global industry and market is growing, as you know, and this is upside or downside analytics. And this is our revenue model. We are looking for the FMCG companies and the production companies, and of course, the retailers with the direct sales and on-demand monthly subscriptions. Marketing strategy with the champions and partnerships. We are in 2 or 3 phases right now. Competitors that we analyzed and created our data and our product that is similar but better in comparison to them. And how do we make money? Implementation and per user charging. Supplement milestones and our revenue plan for the next year. Next plans and the team, 15 plus 15 years of experience. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. You have a really hard slot after lunch. Sorry. Your slot is a really tough one.
Yeah,
we had lunch.
okay.
So I'm a bit puzzled. Could you tell me in 3 sentences, 3 short sentences, what exactly do you do?
Yeah. I can get 1 sentence per module if you are looking for 3 sentences. First one is an application for the real-time reporting from the retail stores, done by supervisors and commercialists. Second one is actual promo management. Again, supervisors and commercialists entering any promotional activity inside the store or from the offices, depending on the strategy plan, sales plan. And the third one is sell and sell out. Application that collects and analyzes sell-in and sell-out data, representing the data that is sold generated when the products are sold on the registers, analyzed and represented on our platform, so that managers and, again, top level managers can get digestible information quickly with the possibility for export in Excel. That's it.
Thank you. What stage are you in?
We are currently in MVP. There was a slide when you could have seen graphically. Yeah. Yeah. So that first and second module are finished. So we developed them. We tweaked with the first one even more due to the fact that we launched 2 trials and tested them. There's 120 users, parallel users. Everything went well. We didn't fail. So that's first one. And sell in, sell out is in the pipeline.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. How long does it take to implement the solution in the stores?
Yeah, actually this implementation is quite simple due to the fact that we wanted to go with least intrusive solutions. Is there a pointer? Oh yeah. So why? Most of the data we collected are from Excel. Why? We wanted to stick with that, as I said, non-intrusive strategy, because we didn't want to connect to the database until we establish certain connections to the trust, so that this is semi-public data, so that we can import ETL, and they're ready to use it 2 to 4 weeks. Why? We are skeptic about this 4 weeks due to the fact signing and maybe vacations or any other thing occurs. We are ready in 2 or 3 weeks to start, for the company to start using the application.
And how do you implement the data? How do you collect the data? Is it scraped or automatically entered into the system?
It can be done in 2 ways. First way would be manual import, because most of the data they have daily, weekly, and monthly. For the first 2 applications, they're imported right inside the store when they are using the application. When they are starting the implementation, they have Excel with names, locations, managers, supervisors within 1 row, and that's just for first implementation. And for the third one, the companies are getting daily, weekly, and monthly reports from the retail stores. And that's just how the business works. And it's all in Excel. So we can do it manually, we have an import, or we can do it automatically because they are downloading it via APIs. So we can just connect to the API and again do it in I don't know, 2 a.m. in the morning or 3 a.m., whichever company likes. I don't know. They're not visiting stores at 3 a.m. That's fine. Thank you.
Milos, so you are in the retail industry, FMCG retail. And I'm sure that for store managers and for producers, there are already some tools and softwares that can help them run their business. So what would you say is the most innovative fragment of your business? Is it the platform? Is it the model, business model? In what area you see?
Yeah, we tried, as I say, a couple of things to unique our positions on the market. First of all, that is that subscription period, because all of the other solutions are done in the contract or like for about 3 years. And that's connected to the third one. Their response rate is 6 to 8 months to any update to the software, because the software gets, when the local competitors and some of the competitors get too big too quick, and they start to become robust. And okay, you have a 3-year contract, and in a lot of cases, the actual solution doesn't fit you quite right, and then you submit a ticket or something, you're not getting that follow-up as fast as you should.
Is it then a different market? Are you targeting just small businesses in this area, or?
No, we excluded the biggest ones due to the fact that most of these tools are going from the upper markets, from like a mother company, and I don't know if you're representing Europe, you have mother company Germany, and all of the solutions are just gone to all of the subsections. But any company less than that, until the company that has one commercialist. So it's not a whole market. We are not solving world hunger, but there is a diversity. Yeah, thank you.
Is it similar to a supermarket loyalty scheme?
Sorry?
Is it similar to a supermarket loyalty scheme like you would see in the big supermarkets?
Yeah, it can be. That's our 2.0 model. And we are firstly trying to focus on the production companies due to the fact that if, for example, you are producing cookie, it's your responsibility and in your favor to sell it as much as you do, especially if you pay for the shelves and the positions. And it's still the inconsistency between the retailers and the productions. So when most of the production companies start using it, there's going to be more pressure for the retailers to implement it so that they don't have poor judgment or any disclaimers or problems with the actual producers. Yeah.
Just one question from my side.
Yeah.
How your solution will fit within the new world in the retail FMCG, meaning like the smart shelves, meaning AI recognition, etc. Because this one is quite today and probably just for the regional market.
Yeah, that's the actual thing that I just talked with Milos from Pioneer. He has like almost the same question. So when we try to analyze not just Serbia but regional, most of the Eastern Europe are, as one of my previous presenters mentioned, SEE, are doing almost the same thing. And okay, we are trying to fix one step at a time. Next steps are image recognition for the first 2 models, so that when you take a photo, it immediately shows what the problem is. And again, as a statistics side, we are trying to, next step is to implement machine learning and AI in order to get in that strategy part of the companies. We are still not trying to get that big why. In order to have information, you need data. So first we need to collect it as much as we could so that we can set not business strategies, but business suggestions for the companies.
And one subsequent question, and I'm done. In the team, do you have anyone from retail FMCG?
Yeah, it's Milan. He's the one that complained that most of the companies have this type of problem. He has like more than 15 years in the FMCG. He's worked with 4 companies that we all consume their products from Serbia. We all would know who they are. And 2 of them we actually have our trials in so that we can test the actual viability of the products. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next startup is Behold, startup company from Serbia founded with an aim of developing of solutions that digitizes the process of beehive inspection through precise colony status information in real time and AI assistant suggestion for optimal beekeeping. You have 5 minutes, I will do that.
So, hello everyone, my name is Petar Pejic. I'm 4th generation beekeeper, 2nd-time founder and CEO of Behold, AI-based beekeepers digital assistant that allow beekeepers to keep an eye on their bees in real time. Imagine sitting in sofa, drinking coffee and checking the status of your hive, which is somewhere in the mountain. We are a team of 6 equipped with knowledge and experience in beekeeping, startup development, hardware, software, and AI development. And our vision is to digitalize every hive on the planet and make a world a better place for bees, beekeepers, and consequentially for all of us. Bees are the most important pollinators. More than 30% of global food supplies depend on them, and they are at risk of extinction. In the same time, we are now living in digital age, but beekeeping inspection is still same as 200 years ago. It have 2 main challenges. First is to get precise information regarding colony status, because you need to be physically present at the apiary, manually open each hive and visually inspect each frame. And 80% of time these inspections are unnecessary. In the same time, you do inspection on average once a month, and in the meantime you don't have any information what's happening inside your hive. Also, when you open your hive, you need to perform actions on the spot, which require a lot of knowledge and experience. Our competitors use indirect data, such as temperature, humidity, weight, but with their solution, you still need to perform manual inspections. In contrast to them, our solution completely removes the need for manual inspection, provides suggestions for optimal actions, yield, and problem predictions. Our key differentiator from competitors is unique patent-protected device, which collect the same data as during manual inspection, same visual data, just continuously in real time. We're using this data to train our AI assistant, which track bees and give you suggestions for optimal actions. Our solution have great global impact, and we are in line with 3 UN Sustainable Development Goals. And one unofficial news from us, which will be official in 1 week, we are chosen as one of 100 most promising startup companies from Europe, which is solving global challenges. Our target clients are beekeepers. For professionals, with our solution, they increase revenue. Hobbyists can dedicate more time to the bees, and beginners do not need previous knowledge to start with beekeeping. Our business model have 3 price points depending on the level of precision of AI assistant. As additional revenue stream, we sell IoT devices for beekeeping. We plan to be cash flow positive this year and to reach break-even point next year. Our target markets are US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and EU, and this is based on the return of investment from the beekeepers' standpoint. We was part of several pre-accelerator programs and managed to get around 200,000 euros in grants and prize monies. And in 2021, we developed our first prototype and tested it in Serbia. In 2022, we test second prototype in Kenya at their Institute for Insect Physiology laboratory for bees, where we validate technology and confirm it is not harmful to the bees. And then last year also we sold our first 10 MVP systems and pre-sold 35 MMP systems, which will be delivered this month. We are looking for up to 200K. We already have lead investors, and we want to future boost the data collection for AI development and to expand regionally. That will be all. Thank you for your attention.
So with the technology, is it purely just for hobbyists? Because I remember meeting a chap from Plenity, I think they're called, the guys from Bulgaria, and I think they were trying to use their functionality a little bit to even pick up on local pollution incidents, for instance, because that's what the data collected from a beehive could actually tell them. Do you go as far as that, or is it more just for the hobbyist?
Yes, the name is Polenity. They are a Bulgarian company, which we count there on slide with competitors. Basically, they're in this group where they use this indirect data. But again, you get information regarding weight of hive, temperature, humidity. It's useful, and beekeepers using that. Professional beekeepers, hobbyists, even in Serbia, Bulgaria, like everyone who have more than 50 beehives have at least one such device. But again, it's helpful, but it cannot change that you no need to go anymore to your apiary, and it can happen then, like you today everything is okay, you perform inspection. Tomorrow something bad happens, you lose your bee queen, and until next inspection the whole hive is gone. So, and like that's the point where we are.
Well, my question would be, what do you see as your biggest challenge in scaling this business?
Oh, biggest challenge definitely is to reach like new markets. We are pretty good, like we are satisfied with reaching Serbian market. We started last year, let's say, and the challenge will be how to approach new markets, because we did some research on like regional market, Bulgaria and Macedonia and Bosnia, etc. And we see that there is slightly difference and we need to have different approaches. So, and like we are not so much experienced in that part of business. And that's why we put a lot of attention on all of these programs in which we are to help us in solving those challenges, how to approach new markets.
What has your traction been like so far? What's your revenue split between IoT devices and subscriptions?
Yeah, good question. For now, for start, yeah. Because in order to train our AI assistant, we need our hardware. And our first approach to the market was to validate that there is interest in the solution. So we sell our first device, and most of money is like, let's say, like 200 euros is for device and 50 is for pure software. So it's 1 to 4 for that. Yeah, but one interesting thing, we making move, and this year we will offer that some part of our AI assistant also work with some competitor devices which are available in Serbia and region.
I actually don't have any questions. You answered all my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. And next startup to present is Remote Santa. This is an employee gifting platform, peer-to-peer oriented, and completely removes administrator effort from HR and management. They say make friends, not just colleagues. So you have 5 minutes to share more about this.
Thank you. Can I get that one? So if I can start with one question, how many of you work remote? Okay, nice. Nice. So it's same from my side. I've spent 5 last years working over TopTal, working remote for some really good companies that really care about their employees. For example, in one company, every time when we finished the milestone, we got a gift card on the Amazon. And also to encourage us more collaboration and to better get to know each other, they organize display games like Secret Santa and similar. So this was really cool, but I've ended up with a lot of gift cards on the Amazon US, which, as you probably know, I can't use due to my location. All expenses would go to delivery, and few more colleagues had same problem. So we stopped doing this, few of us, so we started feeling like we are less part of the team. And as you also probably know, based on statistics, we are not the only one with this problem. There are a lot of remote workers in the world, and number is rising, which has similar problems. So I'm Radomir Đoković, and I've founded Remote Center to help companies with this problem. We are using employee games and gifting for this, and to be honest, we are not the only one doing employee gifting. So there are competitors, but they are all actually focused on the award services. So they just give awards to their employees, and they don't encourage them meet each other or work together. With a remote center, every employee will get same amount of points each month, and the main focus is actually on peer-to-peer games and gifting, so they can do Secret Santa, they can unite and buy birthday presents to each other, and they can really get to know each other, work together, and encourage proactivity. So this is an example from our platform, where we can see that, maybe not that good, but Jovana's birthday is coming soon, so we can unite and get her a birthday present. And also I can spend some points on myself, so based on my location I can get a gift card which I want and buy something for myself. We founded the company in the December last year, so for these 3 months, or 3 something months, we've launched MVP last week, and we are already having first demo sessions and onboarding first clients. We did fake door for the US. So we have a few companies in a waiting list for the US, and logical next steps will be actually to release as soon as possible into US so we can onboard these companies. And based on the feedback, update the product and add some more features. And I'm really happy to share that on some demo sessions we got really nice feedback. Favorite for me was when I mentioned to HR that it's free for beta users, and I mentioned it once more. And at the end of the session, she said, I really like product, but what's the price? And it's really good confirmation for us that this is something that companies are willing to pay for. It's 2 of us in the team, me and Jovana. I'm from technical side doing backend and DevOps. Jovana is doing frontend and UI UX. And on sales and marketing, we work together. Our main revenue stream is a subscription, but we can also get a revenue stream from gift card discounts. We are in a search for a seed round to help us get more developers into team and invest a bit more into marketing and sales, and that lead to generate more leads. So thank you a lot for your time. If you have any questions, I will be more than happy to answer. And it's free for beta users, so I hope that I will see you soon on demo sessions.
Thank you for the presentation. How can you grow big?
You mean with revenue big, or yeah? So definitely our marketing plan for the US will be cold email campaigns, and we also will check LinkedIn campaigns too. And that's the first step. And important in the future will be some partnerships that can help us with getting in touch with developers and actually remote workers. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
How does the gift giving work? Is there a preset number of gifts they can? When the user registers and buys the $3 license, can they choose which gifts they give? Is it preset? Is it Amazon? How does that work?
We are connected to many gift cards. We launched in Serbia, so we have a lot of here. and in every country they will have a huge amount of gift cards for every country, so they can through the gift card get the presents to each other. And company is actually paying subscription and the budget for employees, so company gives the money for whole budget for their team.
Thank you.
So there are gift cards, so if I'm an employee, everybody just give me some points, or I earn points. I'm not sure I really understood.
Okay, so the base way of earning points is company sets same amount of points for whole company to get the points. So there is no management effort involved, but if they want to give you some extra points, it's also possible.
So those are
without them.
basically benefits from the company given in form of...
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically benefit for employees, but also trying to trigger employees to get to know each other better. So use this benefit to meet people inside of the company better.
Mm-hmm. And are there on the market some competitors?
Absolutely. So there are competitors. We have a competitor listed, but they are actually award services. So these competitors just allow companies that they can give points directly for employees when they do something good, but they don't encourage any collaboration between employees one to each other. So they just have rewards for employees.
How does the effectiveness in terms of engendering kind of employee engagement compare spending money on your system compared to spending money on a night out or something?
Definitely great question. So this is not a lot of money. This will be small presents, and the effectiveness will be based on these games mainly. So they will meet each other through these games and learn about each other. For example, I will write something about myself, my hobbies or something. Colleagues, when they want to buy me a present, will read my hobbies, my interests, and they will buy me a present based on this. I will also learn about them. So we will definitely become more close in the team. This is one example, but we will focus all the games in that direction to encourage proactiveness in these things. Thank you.
What is your projection regarding the sales cycle? So how long will it take you to close the first company?
To close the first company, we expect it pretty soon. We had some demos last week, and we got a nice feedback, so I expect hopefully this week, at the end, maybe next week, that we have first companies in Serbia.
So you believe that between the demo and signing of the contract it will be a month?
I think about that. It takes a bit for response. We had a demo with HR, which needs to check with someone in the company or something, so we don't get a response immediately.
Okay, and the second question, why did you choose the US as the next market?
The main reason for US is the next market, first is it's a huge market. The second is we got free signups from companies in the US on a fake door we didn't get from other markets. So that's mainly our research. We put it on the website like we have it. We didn't run any marketing campaigns, but we got free companies from the US applied, so we thought maybe it's best direction to go there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next team had an additional 15 minutes to prepare because I made a switch. So I invite here to join Noxatest, the future of diagnostic solutions. Their cutting-edge technology can identify and monitor a wide range of bacterial species and antibiotic-resistant mechanisms with unparalleled accuracy and speed. You have 5 minutes to present us.
Hello, welcome. My name is Marko Komloš and I am presenting you Noxatest team. So during the 2019 there was like 6 million dead in that year, just year before the COVID, because just we couldn't treat microbes that are resistant to our therapy. So we made a solution that is fast. You get results within 4 hours. There is affordable and robust. It contains 700 bacterial species and 150 antibiotics. Our solution is simple to use. You just take a sample, make an incubation for about 1 to 2 hours, then you just take your phone, make a photo, send it to our artificial intelligence system, and it brings you the results. Results came in 2 ways. You get exact antibiotic that you can use and the bacterial species that you have. So we have 3 compartments. So green one, we get what is exact bacteria species. The blue one is about antibiotics, and the red one is control. So we strive to get to have a test that is reference. Our solution you can use on clinical or on fermentational processes and also alternative proteins. So we cover food and medical and veterinary field. So our market is in food quality control is about $5 billion, and in clinical is about $3 billion. So in total it's $8 billion, and CAGR is about 8% yearly. Our business model is B2B and B2G, and our U-sensor will cost 10 euros, production cost is about 1.2, and profit is 8.8 per test. Our marketing strategy is making a content, webinars and workshops, and partnership and collaboration, and also about the sales strategy, we are going with direct sale. So we have several different competitors. There are huge pharmaceutical companies. I know that they are better than us with the time, and some of them with the price, but because when you combine time, price, and robustness, you see that we are the best because our first competitor, Illumina, it has just for one sample, takes about 18 hours instead just as 4 as we have. My co-founder is Jelena, and she finished her master's in Hebrew University of Jerusalem. And I am CEO and PhD student in veterinary microbiology and specialist in microbiology. So we search to reach prototype phase 350,000 euros, and for market phase we need additional 25 for patenting and advertising. Our product map, in first 2 quarters of this year we are going to design the product. In third and fourth quarter we'll do assembling and optimization, and in fourth quarter we'll starting with prototyping. So in next year, we stay for first 2 quarters for MVP and last 2 for scaling up. Until now, we reached funding from Climate Kick 2,000 euros, and thank you very much for attention.
So you are currently in the stage of actually preparing for the prototype at the moment. And all the data that you have shown us about how the test will function, etc., do you have any proof of the accuracy of the test or anything similar?
Not yet. We are just in ideation stage, so we are searching for money to make a product.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Does it need much in the way of licensing and government approvals to be put into use?
Because we don't do with actual human samples, so FDA and EFSA, the European regulator, they will go lightly on us because we don't go deeply in human material. Thank you.
What will you do if you do not raise money?
We are going with bootstrapping. We established a small home lab, so we are now trying to make everything like on zero.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And the last startup to hear today is HireCast. It is an ATS software platform that streamlines the hiring process, beginning with the AI talent pool, job post creation, assessment definition, candidate evaluation and selection, and team collaboration towards contract signing. They will join us online, so I hope in a few seconds we will see them on the screen.
This is actually just me, but thank you so much for the intro. I didn't catch pretty much everything from the beginning, but thank you again.
You have your 5 minutes to share with us your pitch.
Thank you so much. Should I share screen? Just let me know.
Yes, you can share your screen.
If you want to follow up through the... Okay. Do you see it?
Yes.
I hope you do.
We see it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, so again, thank you so much for giving us a chance to participate today in such an amazing event. And unfortunately, none of my team is able to participate today, but I'm here to explain quickly what the whole idea is about. So, startup I want to present today is called HireCast. HireCast is a software platform, ATS, or applicant tracking system, which enables recruitment teams to hire candidates easier and faster. Problem we addressed is that companies or HR teams share thoughts that sourcing, interviewing, and testing candidates is time-consuming and tedious process. It requires them to juggle between multiple platforms, Excel sheets, and communication channels. On the other hand, we have a first-hand experience of the problem for both sides. We have interviewed candidates for the companies we have worked for and have also been through the interview process ourselves. Sadly, none of the mentioned processes wasn't working for us that well, so that was the reason why we decided to introduce something new. Okay, so solution, platform that unifies the hiring process, starting with the AI talent pool, job post creation, defining assessments, an overview, evaluation, and selection of candidates, and team collaboration towards signing contracts. To jump to details about those, so starting with AI talent pool. So idea is that our AI talent pool will be a key offering. Currently, there is one product on the market that uses AI to provide a list of passive candidates. We plan to partner with data providers to pre-populate our candidate database and then match the best fit candidates with job requirements provided by the user. Our automated candidate list will be based on the job post criteria. Besides AI talent pool, we want to focus on the automated candidates pipeline, predefined assessments, and seamless teamwork. Jumping to the market potential, our idea is to first start locally. So basically MVP, we would like to publish for the Serbian market, and we will focus on the IT companies. Serbia has around 2,500 IT companies, counting 40K employees. Speaking about market potential globally, ATS system global market worth 3.2 billion by 2026. 98% of Fortune 500 companies and at least 66% of large companies are using it. The adoption rate for small companies is low but growing quickly. And last year, it was estimated that 35% of small organizations are using ATS. Jumping to the next one, business model of the platform will be based on subscription. We plan to offer, nothing is set in stone, but we plan to offer 3 pricing plans: freemium, basic, paid, and custom. With the freemium, we would like to onboard first customers fast and give them a sense of the platform and option to test it out and go through the feature set we offer. Basic potentially will be more interesting for the ongoing customers, and custom premium, which will offer unlimited assessments, job posts, and so on. Jumping to the next one, business model details. So our plan is to have MVP ready until 2024, and as I said, starting with the Serbian market. And subscription model is pretty clear, and this is just an explanation how we will generate revenue. Then jumping to the competitive landscape, talking about competition, there's like huge players on the market, but yeah, we just brought in here Workable, TestGorilla, and TalentLift, and so on. For example, what we would like to provide as information here is that TestGorilla, as an awesome startup who raised in the Series B, I even don't know what amount of money, but solving the part of the tests and assessments awesome. They are lacking on the part of the pipeline. On the other hand, Workable has that part of the pipeline solved pretty well, but they are using usually third-party solutions for the assessments. So our idea is to bridge that gap and basically have a platform that will have both things sorted out. Go-to-market strategy, yeah, just a quick glance. MVP ready until 2023, followed by the MVP being live, refining the platform, and generate some user growth in the 2024. And we think that in 2025 we'll be able to have a full product build, followed by a user growth, experimentation, and improvements as well. Quickly on the team. So yeah, don't ask me where these guys are today, but basically we're a tight-knit team of specialists, each an expert in the field. After years of discussion, we finally came together to bring our collective expertise to bear on the projects that we're passionate about and dedicated to making a success. This drive and shared vision is what powers our application. Working for various companies while receiving a grant will allow us to step away from the regular jobs and actively collaborate on the project. That would be it in short lines. Let's jump to the part with the questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm Stevica from Phil Rouge Capital. I have a question. You are working on this project, right?
Actually, no. So far we did a few phases of the interviews, and we have a pretty well sorted prototype of it, but at the moment, no, we're not still working on it.
How come you won't be able to have proof of concept or MVP by the end of the year?
In discussion with the team, we will definitely have an MVP, because idea is to, I mean, even pitching today, the idea we have is to generate some seed and basically focus on working on this platform full time.
Okay, thank you.
That way I think we'll be able to deliver it until end of the year. MVP part of it, yeah, that's important to say.
Hello, Milos from SCV. Will you guys be committing against HireVue or only the AI talent sourcing?
Well, basically the idea is to cover both, but our focus would be definitely on the AI, but for AI we'll definitely need some time. So let's say that will be the next phase of the development, but in the first one we will definitely focus on the hiring process.
Hello, do you already have some maybe arranged clients? Are you doing some sales, pre-sales, let's say, and how are the clients' reactions?
Got you. No, at the moment, only as I wrote, we have an experience like interviewing some of the people from HR teams across different companies in Serbia, and which I mentioned already, like during the interview process, either ourselves or as we were looking for the people to join companies we have worked for, none of the existing solutions wasn't that well sorted for us. That was the reason why we decided to start working on this one. But yeah, regarding the customers, no, nothing still there.
Is the market the bigger enterprise type clients or the SME sector?
Well, let's say that small and medium businesses is something that we would focus on the beginning, but later on we would definitely love to jump to the big companies as well.
In terms of the market that you're targeting, have you done the research in which market actually there is the highest level of fluency and turnover of employees for which this kind of solution would be the most significant? And if you have, which market is that and why you're not targeting it?
At the moment, what we can do with the MVP is probably focus on small and medium businesses, but later on, as I said, like maybe that sounds from this perspective too optimistic, but later on we plan to go directly to the bigger players on the market, but again, doing some research on the more specific and more detailed research on the big companies is something that we haven't went through still.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. And yes, we can have a warm applause for all 10 startups that shared their ideas today. I think that they deserve it. Sada nam sledi još jedan pep talk od strane Mihajla Nikodijevića, suosnivača i CEO-a startupa Tapni, koji daje novu dimenziju networkingu kroz ultra pametne vizit kartice. Izvoli, Mihajlo.
Hvala puno, Dijana. So, guys, I think I will switch in English. Is that a problem? No? Because we have some friends here from VCs from other countries, and I also feel better talking in English, so yeah. As you heard, my name is Mihailo. I'm a founder of Tapni. Our logo you can see here. Our main product is a digital business card, and we are a 2-year-old startup. Actually, icebreaker. We are celebrating our 2nd birthday tomorrow, so everyone is invited. The whole Tapni team is now here, and we are organizing a party in a villa here. We rented the whole place, so with the pool, it's gonna be nice. So just come back afterwards to us, and you are invited. Yeah, with that being said, I'm a first-time founder, and I think that's very important to say. It's actually like a job title for a founder. I think it's really important on maybe how you classify founders. How much money did you raise from VCs? Did you have any exits? Or how big is your startup? How many team members do you lead? So this is something that's very important to say, and I'm like, full disclaimer, my first startup. Now I feel familiar to share with you the whole journey that started actually way back at university. I went to Vienna to study there informatics, IT, and I already know that I will spend my time basically building companies. I read some crazy books, so I got poisoned by that, and I knew already that I will be an entrepreneur. I was searching for cool ideas to implement, and my family had a restaurant, and I, together with my brother and my best friend Milos, found Verbify. It's like back then we called it startup without knowing what it is. We built a solution for Wi-Fi for the restaurants because we had a business to test on. We launched that business in Vienna, got first 30 customers. We thought it's going good. We had paying customers. We could rent some office and do something. But then Corona came. It killed the whole thing. All our clients quit because, they were locked and they didn't have any revenue. So basically it stopped the whole business in no time. And then we came back to Serbia, here locked again in-house. It was locked down, we couldn't go out. So we basically started from zero, maybe even in some debts from the previous startup. When you don't have any revenues, you have costs. And we borrow even money for our second startup called Tapni now. But back then we were developing it in our home, basically in Serbia here, with just an idea to digitalize business cards. And the idea came here because we saw that NFC technology that you use for the payments with Apple Pay and Google Pay started working with iPhone 10. And we just assumed that every new phone after iPhone 10 will have NFC turned on. So that was the only assumption that we based our business model on. We saw that NFC can be put in any cards and stickers on the phone and keychains, so any different products, and we gave it the name Tapni, so also Serbian way, Tapni here. So once we launched, we built the product in 3 months. So we went fast and built the first MVP, shared the product with everyone, and in the next 3 months, we validated our product market fit. So that's the most important thing. After that 3 months, we already started having some good revenues, and we managed, after 2 or 3 months after that, to convince these business angels from Serbia to invest in our startup. And we closed later that year our first round, that was 2021, and 2022, we were using that investment to scale our business globally. So we were not ever active in Serbia. We were based back then in Vienna. We started in the DACH region, so Germany, Italy, Switzerland, Austria, later France, and so on. And we managed to have over 1 million in revenue in 2022. So it's quite a deal when you consider the first full year of a startup that's so young. And now that 2022 is over, in that year we went to Catapult Accelerator here in Serbia. We got some grant and a co-investment grant from Catapult. And now we are raising that bridge round from some investors here in Serbia as well to extend our runway and continue our growth. And yeah, that's basically it. Where we are. Feel free to answer your questions if you might have. But I would love, before that, to share 3 key learnings from this journey with you. And the first one, I think it's the most important one, is to think big. At the beginning, think big, because that's the most difficult part. You're starting small, but you need to have a big vision. You need to have something to convince other people to join you. I actually struggled to convince my brother even, or best friend, to join back then, because you don't have anything. You know, you're starting from zero and you can't pay people. So you need to think big, and you need to say yes to everything at the beginning. So to every opportunity you say yes. You just take on, okay, give me all the stuff. So someone wants a collaboration, okay, we're doing. There is a distributor in Saudi Arabia, you say yes. Someone from Mexico, okay, yeah, let's work. So you're saying yes to every single opportunity, so to every collaboration, to everything. And then you consume. You learn from all of this, and then once you build your product market fit, once you validate your idea, then you basically say no to almost everything, because everything else is distraction. You need to focus on one specific thing and do it good. And yeah, so here on the vision, I thought back then that, you know, there is no money for Serbian startups. There is no money here. You know, nobody will invest. It's not problem in us. It's problem that there is no VCs here or blah, blah. And now I see that there is a VC coming, the true story from 1 month ago, coming to me, and I was pitching, and they were like, okay, cool. How much money do you need? I was like, yeah, next round would be good if we get like 3 million or so. And they're like, oh. Okay, but our minimum ticket is 5 million. I'm like, okay, so I'm crazy here. So my vision is too small. So you need to think big. You know, there is money. So if you ever come out the stage and you say, oh, there is no money for Serbian startups, you will have problem with me at least. So I will call you out. That's not true. So there is money for everyone, and the only one who's not doing very well is us founders. Our visions are too small, and our business models and ideas are not that good. So that was the first one. The second learning is to use leverage. So leverage is some buzzy word that we don't have in Serbian language, but it's key factor here for success. It's not about working hard. Everyone works hard. It's about working smart and finding the things that give the biggest output on the minimal input. I love the saying from Warren Buffett, and that's like my motto. It started from the day one. He said, if you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you will work until you die. And this is so brutal, you know, so capitalistic, so brutal, but you can, you know, change it a little bit, tweak it, and be like, if you don't find a way to provide value to someone while you sleep, then you suck. You're in the service-based business then. You're working at this time, providing value while you work, and then when you don't, it's over. That's why software and media have a so big leverage, because they work, we create it, we put work in it, we create it, and then they work for us while we sleep. So they are doing our work, basically compounding that value effect over time. That's why software developers pay so much. It's not that, you know, they're doing some difficult job, I'm the one of them. It's because they're creating something that works for them when they're not there anymore. That's the key. And that's the leverage. So one of them is software, the second one is media. So if you cannot code, do blogs, write content, write something useful, provide value in the form of media, videos, educational tutorial, guides, reports, anything that can be found on the internet that people need and they would read while you're not there. And the third one, what was the third one? The biggest leverage here, we're coming to my third learning, is in your network and your contacts. And that's our mission from the day one. We wouldn't be here if I didn't know Luka, who is here, organizer from Native Team, and Tapni wouldn't be here if, Vladislav, one guy that is doing VC scouting, didn't reach to my sister on Instagram, who introduced us later to Natasha, who introduced us later to Business Angels, and that's how we got our first investment. So that's everything, and that's what we are trying to do. We partnered up with this event here to make these badges and with these QR codes that will make your connecting in person easier. So you can basically download the app and scan someone else's QR code and then connect easier. So this is something that we are testing right now here, and I'm calling you out to come after the event to give us a feedback on that product. How can we make it more better, more easier to connect when you're on events? So that's something that, we found out as a problem where we want to fit in. It fits our mission to improve in-person networking, and we will be happy to hear your feedback. Thank you for your attention, and I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
If there are some questions, you can scan QR code and maybe we will see it here on the screen, or you can leverage your hand and ask. Može?
Yeah, how do you basically went from 0 to 1 million in your first startup?
That's a good one. But it's actually not that hard when you just consider the hardest part here is to find the product market fit. So basically when going from zero revenue to first revenue. So that's the hardest part. And then after that, you just spec that product to scale, if it's a product. So for going to 1 million, you just need one channel, one product. You don't need to just over-engineer or do something. It's one product, one channel. So basically, pack up your thing, run ads. That's it. So our product cost 30 euros each. One card was 30 euros. And then we increased the prices for 30 to 40, and then from 40 to 50. You have to be Mario-oriented to raise your prices after some point, find that product market fit, and then just show up. Just don't sit home, just get out and tell people that you have something, let them buy it, and it should not be that hard. The first thing that I share is say yes to everything. So we wouldn't be able to do this if we didn't onboard Mexican distributor. So we had a team there of 5 or 6 who were selling Tapni in Mexico, and we went never to Mexico. And they managed to have over 300K of that million. So it's a huge market. It's a 100 million people country, and yeah.
Was it mostly through LinkedIn in your case?
No, it was only Facebook ads. So that was the only channel that we were using. We just started with Google Ads. We're not even on LinkedIn, so yeah.
We will have more questions here, but okay.
All right, so the first question is a bit tough, but it's very hard. So that's why, I can come here and speak on the stage, because it's not easy to come, and it's a very inspirational story. So it's, stats game, and how can you handle this is basically, understand why you started. So it has to be embedded rooted in why did you start, because eventually down the road, it will be crazy. We were running out of cash many times already, and we are even tough at this situation right now, but you have to believe in your team and that you will make it. So many times, in summer, we raised our round, and that was already the mindset that we are successful, but then you start running out of cash, market is going down, you think you will raise easily, but you don't. And then, it's tough. What are you going to do? Are you going to fire your people that you hired like just 6 months ago, that you build a team, or are you going to just speed up and try to save your startup? So it's not easy, but yeah, I think always it helps when you just look at why you started. Okay, and the second one, during development, did you make changes to the app based on feedback? And if so, where did you get feedback? So yeah, this is pretty standard. We just built an MVP, and we sent our MVP, our cards, to all our friends and all our, like, if you knew someone who's in America, someone in Australia, we were just like sending products for free, just filling here the link, filling the form, and we were just shipping. And then we were observing. The first product, the first MVP had so many bugs, like it was crashing every time, but that's normal. That's actually how it should be. It should crash. If it doesn't crash, it means that you launched late. So never do that. So your app, your product must suck. You should be ashamed when you launch it. It should like be terrible for you, but that's the right moment to launch it, because if you're trying to developing a perfect solution and launching once you're ready, you're already late. Right? Thanks.
I have several questions. Can I ask?
Of course.
One thing is related to mentors. Who were your key mentors during the development of the startup? Have you been working with some, or how did it work for you?
Good question. So developing a startup is not developing the product. So I would say when you already have a product, then you have a startup. So developing a startup here is more on team development. So I was stuck at this question by like, how will Topney look like if we were $10 million company? So like in 2 years, what does that company look like? And then you see it's nothing but personal development. So it's not, you won't fire your co-founders, you won't fire your people that are here with you. You will just like try to grow together and bridge that gap. So it's hard to do without mentors. I have a lot of them online, so I'm on YouTube a lot. But the first round that we raised was from business angels in Serbia. So that's a DSI group of the group of angels gathered around Digital Serbia initiative. So you will see Neda after this call, and you can reach out to her if you want to know more. But that's a group of very successful entrepreneurs and directors and founders of biggest IT companies in Serbia who were with us the whole journey. So basically the whole year, and who saved basically our startup many times already. So we had legal problems, from legal problems to financial problems to many problems that you don't know how to tackle when you're a first-time founder. And that's why it's very useful to have someone who's next to you and following the whole journey. And in this case, in our case, it was from Business Angels.
Thank you. And the second thing is what I can see from this startup scene, and also I think in any kind of other business scene, I would say that there are two types of mentor that we need. One, which are like professional mentors that help us build a company from various angles, from experienced people who have been doing the business. And I would say that also on the other side, there should be some, or people may need a mentor from the side of personal development. You mentioned it earlier, but have you been working with someone to help you maybe overcome the challenges? Because, like, as you said, there were several things that may come on your road. So I'm curious about that topic.
Yeah, when I look back now, there were always someone in some moment of crisis who saved me. Basically, when just not going insane. The recent example is Philip, actually my personal assistant now that I hired. But yeah, he's saving my life at this moment. It's very hard to do fundraising and lead a company. The fundraising, as you heard Stevica earlier today, it's a full-time job. So it's something that CEO must do. But yeah, I believe there is no difference between your personal life and when your business life when you're a startup founder. So if you want to have your private life and work 9 to 5 and don't work while you sleep, or just like not focusing 100% of your time to the thing that you're building, then you're not a startup founder. I was seeing some pitches that people say, oh, I'm not working full time on this thing. So I have like other people who are working more than me. I'm like, okay, this is weird. So it's a huge red flag. Startup journey is completely embedded in the founder's soul and the whole being. So if Stopme is not doing good, I cannot feel well. So it's basically everything around the business. And if everything goes well, I'm more happier than I'm usually. So yeah.
Thank you. I think we got 2 more questions before starting the panel.
All right, so the plans for the future. Talking to many VCs and investors, we were not investment case. So that was hard. Even though we are making so much money, you asked, well, 1 million, it's wow. But it was from selling hardware. So we were selling physical products. Straight, not good for VCs. They want software. This thing is hard to scale. You need to have someone in Australia if you want to sell in Australia. And in the US as well. You cannot ship it from here. It costs a lot. So it's difficult to scale hardware startups. It's by default, and that's why they don't invest. And we plan to move a little bit, so to tweak our journey from the hardware part to more software part. So if you ask me today and yesterday what was Stopme, I would say digital business card. But if you ask me in 1 year from now, I would say it's a networking app. So it's something that we are trying to do now with our badges, with events and conferences. It's going to help us bridge that gap also, but keep the same mission. So it's not something that we will completely pivot, but we want to tweak it and solve the same problems on scale. So we will be able to have way more users and help way more people solve the same problem, just tweaking the product a little bit. So recently we developed AI Bayesian scanner inside the app. So it helps also when you meet someone to digitalize their card. And now we are planning this product, like testing, as I said, right now for events that will help attendees network easier. And how are you moving away from hardware? Yeah, I think I answered that. How much is the material product harder to get to market? Okay. Will Stopme app be free forever? So yes, we will definitely keep the freemium version. So if someone gets a card online, they will get the free basic profile, so to say, and then we will have an upgrade, an upsell, basically on monthly basis for pro version of the app.
So
thanks, guys, for so many questions.
Thank you so much for sharing all these valuable things. I think it was amazing for the
Thank
people
you so much.
here. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Bližimo se kraju. Ostao je za kraj zapravo još jedan sjajan panel gdje će nam se pridružiti 4 dame koje će razgovarati o prilikama i izazovima na srpskoj startup sceni. I na kraju svega ovoga čekamo da nam se pridruži naš žiri da proglasi ko su pobjednici i onda za kraj, kao što već znate, najavila sam na početku, žurka, malo druženja, opuštanja i svega ostalog. A sada bih pozvala polako da nam se pridruže Neda Trifunović, Tanja Kuzman, Zoja Kukić i Jelisaveta Lazarević, naše 4 panelistkinje, i pozvala bih Nedu da posle polako predstavi naše gošće i sebe i da započne ovaj jedan inspirativan razgovor. A vas pozivam da ih pozdravite jednim glasnim aplauzom. Dosta je bilo momaka ovde, konačno neke dame da dele sa mnom.
Važi. Ćao svima. Hoćemo malo pauzu od 2 minuta ili krećemo odmah? Odmah, dobro. To ste vi rekli, nemojte pa sad izvjetite na pauzu za kafu. Dobar dan svima. Drago mi je da ste danas bili tu u velikom broju i verujem da vam je ova konferencija donela neke sjajne insajte s nekih raznih tema. Danas imam to zadovoljstvo da zajedno sa 3 sjajne, da kažem, i ekspertkinje i preduzetnice i drage panelistkinje pričamo o jednoj temi koja je zaista u poslednje vreme jako da kažem, pokupila simpatije, to je startup ekosistem u Srbiji. Pre svega, za one koje ne znaju, moje ime je Neda i vodim startup ekosistem u okviru inicijative Digitalna Srbija. Kao što znate, sam startup ekosistem je, da kažem, u posljednjih 2 do 3 godine doživeo eksponencijalan rast i prema posljednjem startup skeneru koji smo u stvari, koja je inicijativa Digitalna Srbija uradila u okviru projekta Preduzmi ideju koji je finansiran strane USAID-a, vidjeli smo dakle da je sam startup ekosistem i startupi da su prošle godine kreirali više od 2000 radnih mesta, da samo u ovoj godini planiraju više da zaposle više od 3000 novih ljudi. Ono što je zanimljivo je naravno da sa tim rastom dolaze naravno i nove neke i prepreke, ali se otvaraju neke nove prilike poput i novih radnih mesta, otvaranja novih tržišta, dalje internacionalizacije kao i pristupu, ali i prikupljanju tog kapitala. I danas ćemo sa našim sjajnim panelistkinjama u stvari da pokrijemo ove neke teme, kako je trenutno stanje u ekosistemu, šta je ono što se poboljšalo u nekom tom prethodnom periodu, a gdje su sve prilike neke za neki dalji rast i razvoj. Sa moje leve strane je sa nama danas Jelisaveta Lazarević, koja je docentkinja na FEFA fakultetu i chief economy producer na Bloomberg Adri, također i aktivistkinja u oblasti promovisanja i doprinosa podjednakom uključivanju žena u kreiranje digitalne budućnosti. Zdravo, Jelisaveta. Pored nje danas je sa nama i Tanja Kuzman, koja je direktorka za startup ekosistem i inovacije u PwC Srbija, i također Tanja je jedan od profesora na FEFA fakultetu, ali sama ima startup iskustvo, budući da je svojevremeno njena ideja koja kombinuje u stvari veštačku inteligenciju pokupila nagradu u UK-u. Zdravo, Tanja. I na kraju Zoja Kukić, preduzetnica i mogu da kažem osoba koja je jako jedan dugi niz godina u ekosistemu i možda njegovih prvih nekih koraka, posvećena razvoju preduzetništva i tehnologije u Srbiji i također se zalaže za većim broj žena u teku. Zdravo, Zoja. Pa ja bih možda sada krenula, ajde sad ovako unazad, Zoja, od tebe, sa tim nekim prvim pitanjem, da otvorimo ovu diskusiju. Dakle, prema ovogodišnjem skeneru koji smo uradili, negde govori podatak da je između 2020. i 2022. Registrovano negde oko 56 novih startupa. Šta je ono po tebi što možda uviđaš da ovi novi startupi i ovi novi timovi koji se registruju imaju te neke nove prilike koje možda nisu imali prije 5 godina? Kako bi možda vidjela koje su razlike, šta je ono što se promijenilo u posljednjih 3 do 5 godina, koji je to dobar range?
Da veteran odgovori, pa jeste, super je pitanje zato što je važno, baš ovo što si rekla, svi imamo neke nove izazove, ali uvijek je dobro vratiti se malo unazad, vidjeti gde smo bili, gde smo sada i kako smo napredovali. Mislim da što se ove brojke tiče to da je 50% startupa mlado, mislim da je to neka statistika koja ostaje, bez obzira koliko je veliki startup ekosistem i kako raste, uvijek je recimo polovina onih koji nastaju, ali je tu važan taj kvantitet, jer ako imamo mnogo startupa, onda su veće šanse da će veći broj njih, ne nužno procenat, da opstane. Tako da je, samo eto to da napomenem, ali s druge strane, znači šta je ono što danas imaju, što možda su manje imali i kako mogu da, šta mislim da jeste napredovalo. Prvo, čini mi se da se u startup ekosistem uključuju ljudi koji nisu nužno iz tech sektora. Do pre nekoliko godina to su uglavnom bili programeri koji su to osnovali sa drugim programerima i koji kada pičuju i pitate ih šta im vam treba, na šta ćete potrošiti investiciju, oni kažu zaposlit ćemo još 6 programera. I čini mi se da se sada malo u ekosistem uključili ljudi iz drugih oblasti, što ljudi koji se bave određenim temama od medicine, poljoprivrede, koji su eksperti, što ljudi iz biznisa i marketinga koji zapravo će pomoći programerima da tu svoju ideju iznesu na tržište, tako da je to prvo. Druga stvar, pare. I slažem se s Mihajlom, trenutno u Srbiji startupi imaju mnogo više novca nego što je pre 5 godina uopšte moglo da se sanja i prema onome što se čuje, bit će ga još više, bar u nekom narednih nekoliko godina i mislim da je to odlična prilika za ovih 50% startupa koji su krenuli, ali i za ove kojima treba novac za dalji rast. I treća stvar, čini mi se da je administrativno malo lakše. Naprimer, moment kada pre svega ima ajde više i nekih grantova, ne nužno investicija, s druge strane nije loše da kada već možete da osnujete DOO, da možete sebe kao osnivača da prijavite bez plaćanja poreza i doprinosa, malo vam smanjuje taj pritisak dodatnih troškova, postoje tu još razne neke inicijative, knjigovođe mnogo bolje razumeju digitalne proizvode, možete iz Srbije da plasirate svoj proizvod na App Store i na Google Play Store, što verujte nije bilo moguće pre par godina, tako da u tom nekom smislu stvari su zaista bolje, ali eto, izdvojila bih te 3 kao glavne.
Sjajno, hvala ti. Mislim da si tamo napravila uvod za moje pitanje sledeće koje je usmereno Tanji. Tanja, tvoji stvari prvi koraci, da kažemo, u startup ekosistemu su bili sa VC strane, gde si bila investicijna direktorka u jednom britanskom VC fondu i sada u PwC-u kao direktorka startup ekosistema i Zoja je negde između ostalog pomenula i taj profil osnivača koji se nekako sada malo promenio. Kako, eto, možda sada prokomentarišeš, kroz godine se stvari taj profil menjao, ajde kažemo opet u tih nekih par godina.
Hvala Nedo. Pa ono što prvo mogu da kažem jeste jedna anegdota koju smo imali Zoja i ja na početku kada sam se ja vratila u Srbiju. Ja sam Zoji rekla, vidite, vi u ovom ekosistemu ne razgovarate jedni sa drugima, vi ne znate ko je drugi startup osnivač, neko na Novom Beogradu i neko sa druge strane reke, rade na istoj ideji, prave isti proizvod, ali nemaju predstavu da to postoji. Da ne pričamo o tome da ne znamo ko je u Nišu ili Novom Sadu i negde za mene je to bilo onako jedno veliko iznenađenje kada sam se vratila, jer negde u Velikoj Britaniji, dakle, svi sa svima pričaju, svi dele i to je nekako onako postoji jedna ogromna povezanost između i foundera i nekih failura koji su bili, svi otvoreno dele svoje iskustva, znači nema nikakve zadrške, svi iskreno pričaju o tome. Zoja je tad onako vrlo iznervirano se posvađala sa mnom kako ja apsolutno nisam u pravu i kako su svi povezani i svi razgovaraju sa svima i u ekosistemu toga to uopšte nije problem. I onda kada smo radili prvi startup skener, jedan od rezultata je bio da u našem ekosistemu stvari nedostaje ta lokalna povezanost i da osnivači ne pričaju startup džinom izveštaju, da osnivači ne pričaju jedni sa drugima. I mislim da je to možda jedna od stvari koju sam ja primetila da su poslednjih 5 godina definitivno promenila, da su stvari osnivači startupa shvatili koliko je ključno izgraditi tu mrežu kontakata. Kako ovde u zemlji, tako i povezivati se što više sa osnivačima na drugim tržištima, jer je to zaista jedini način da vi u kratkom roku brzo rastete. Znači, ukoliko imate problem sa tim kako ući na tržište u Americi, umesto da vi sa svojim timom narednih 3 meseca izučavate, nalazite informacije online, ovako i onako, mnogo jednostavnije da sednete sa 2-3 foundera iz Srbije, da nekoga reach outujete na LinkedInu iz Amerike u tom segmentu tržišnoj niši i nekoga ko potencijalno je vaš target, bez obzira da li je B2B ili B2C ili B2G naravno, i da od njega saznate te informacije. Jer opet kažem, ti ljudi su obično vrlo otvoreni da sa vama podele svoje iskustva i da vam pomognu da možda vi preskočite neke stepenice koje oni su morali da sami izučavaju i da sami nađu neko rešenje. Sa druge strane, mislim da tu imamo još nekoliko izazova kada su profili osnivača u pitanju. Slažem se sa Zojom u potpunosti da u odnosu na pre nekoliko godina, kada su to bili samo developeri, sada imamo ipak kombinaciju u timovima i mislim da su opet osnivači shvatili koliko je važno da postoji i ta biznis strana pored tog tech rešenja i da vi možete da imate najidealnije tech rešenje koje je u potpunosti savršeno, ali kada odete pred VC-a, ključna stvar je ko će to da kupi, kako ćete da prodate i koliko ćete vi od toga da zaradite. Ukoliko vi kao tech osoba to ne možete da objasnite, znači nemate taj, ajde kažemo, diversity u svojoj ličnosti, treba vam neko ko ima ta biznis znanje pored vas. I mislim da je to nešto u čemu smo definitivno napredovali kao ekosistem. Ono u čemu možemo dalje su dve stvari, ja mislim. Prva stvar jeste način na koji mi prodajemo naše ideje, kako investitorima, tako i kompanijama, i tu u tom nekom pitchingu i salesu možemo da budemo daleko bolji. Mislim da smo mi kulturološki na neki način navikli da budemo vrlo skromni, vrlo povučeni, za razliku od nekih opet drugih timova koje su od starta učili da budu vrlo bold kada prodaju nešto i kada pičuju investitorima. Dakle, postoje jedna onako prilično velika razlika u tome i mislim da u tome moramo postanemo bolji, pogotovo osnivači. I druga stvar jeste istraživanje. Znači, kada imate neku ideju, ključna stvar, verujte mi, na početku jeste da potrošite mesec dana, 2 meseca ili koliko god je potrebno da dokažete da pod jedan tržište postoji, da dobro razumete to tržište, da dobro razumete ko je onaj ko će kupiti vaš proizvod i ko vam je konkurencija, odnosno po čemu ćete vi biti različiti. Jer iako izgleda mnogo da uložite mesec dana na početku, kasnije će vas skupo koštati ako to niste uradili na početku. Jer često se desi da neko od neke ideje krene u to, razvije proizvod i onda shvati da tržište možda za to van granica Srbije praktično ne postoji, ili da imate nekoga ko je kao vaša konkurencija prosto već zauzeo neku vrlo jaku poziciju i onda vi nemate differentiating faktor koji je praktično neophodan. Ali mislim da pomaka definitivno ima i to je apsolutno vidljivo i da mislim da svi zajedno možemo da radimo na ovim nekim stvarima.
Sjajno, hvala ti. Skoro sam sada kada si rekla za konkurenciju čula da postoji interna šala između VC-eva i investitora kada pitaju startupe pa koja je vaša konkurencija, pa kao mi nemamo konkurenciju i onda follow up, nemoguće da nemate i onda, a to je indirektna konkurencija. Tako da istraživanje je zaista veliki dio toga. Budući da smo i dalje nekako na ovom profilu osnivača i nekako iz kog, da kažem, sfere dolaze i ugla i slično, prema ovogodišnjem skeneru videli smo da 81% foundera u stvari ima diplomu visokog obrazovanja, da uglavnom dolaze iz društveno-humanističkih nauka, ali i tehničko-tehnoloških. Sada je li savjeta, budući da i si u dodiru sa studentima i radiš sa studentima, kako je tvoje neko viđenje, iako svi ti founderi imaju stručno obrazovanje, koliko su oni u stvari imaju to neko znanje za osnivanje biznisa, koliko su oni možda spremni na taj korak?
Pričamo o ovim sad generacijama.
Tako je.
Dobro. Pa ovako, mislim to je zanimljivo i evo nekako se i kroz taj startup skener novi potvrdilo ovo što su Tanja i Zoja rekla, to je da imamo i više osnivača iz DH polja, odnosno iz polja društvenih nauka. Kad su u pitanju sadašnji studenti, već prethodnih par generacija, to su u stvari ljudi koji pripadaju toj generaciji Z, koja je rođena od 1995. do 2010. I ja mislim da kad se pogleda onako evropski nivo i kada se pogleda, na primjer, evo taj moj mikroekosistem, tu se dešava jedna revolucija kad pričamo o njihovoj želji da zapravo osnuju start-upove. Na primjer, u UK-u su radili neko istraživanje gde su u stvari pokazali da 1/4 studenta ima već neku ideju šta bi osnovala i na koji način. Sad, mislim da je to povezano sa sa nekoliko stvari, opet su i Tanja i Zoja dale dobre šlagvort i pomenule tu kulturu. Nekako se meni čini da smo ranije kao društvo imali malo taj palanački mindset koji nas je sprečavao u tome da mislimo globalno i tako dalje, a znamo da su start-upovi globalno rođena preduzeća. Tako da mislim da sada, pošto je ova generacija Z u stvari digital native, oni su mnogo više izloženi od onako vrlo ranih faza svog razvoja preduzetništvu kroz društvene mreže, iako možda, na primjer, ne znam sad, moja generacija nije baš imala u svom okruženju toliko preduzetnica i preduzetnika, oni ako ih nemaju u svojom okruženju, oni ih imaju na netu. Tako da, to je prva stvar i mislim da oni potpuno normalno gledaju na preduzetništvo. Mi smo radili jedno istraživanje na fakultetu gde smo u stvari ispitivali preko 500 pripadnika te generacije oko različitih stvari. Suština je bila da u stvari vidimo šta oni očekuju od budućih poslodavaca i tu se pokazalo da, znači evo u UK-u 1/4, ovde kod nas više od 1/3 njih želi da im prvo radno mesto bude njihova firma. Znači, oni žele da osnuju svoju firmu. I ono što je jako zanimljivo, među njima najviše onih koji imaju taj stav je mlađe od 18 godina. Znači, sad to može da bude povezano i sa nivom svesti o riziku i tako dalje, ali oni nekako imaju to osnivanje firme kao ideju. Dodatno, ono što je jako interesantno jeste da te mlađe generacije, odnosno pre svega generacija Z, je jako finansijski anksiozna i oni se jako plaše da li će moći da zapravo obezbede finansijska sredstva sebi za život, za neku komfortnu starost i tako dalje. I uglavnom smatraju da je način da to postignu zapravo osnivanje svoje firme. Tako da definitivno oni žele. Sad, drugo je pitanje, ovo što si ti pitala, da li oni imaju dovoljno znanja, to su u stvari postavlja pitanje da li mi kao obrazovanje, odnosno obrazovne institucije, pružamo to potrebno znanje. Mislim da oni su hiperkognitivni i jako brzo, kako bih rekla, kroz mnoštvo informacija prolaze, skupljaju tu svašta nešto, jako lako prihvataju različite strane, nepoznate izraze, razumeju ih, hendluju to i tako dalje. Tako da ne mislim da je u njima bilo kakav challenge. Ali sad u obrazovanju, znači oduvek kad se gledaju istraživanja u stvari pokazuju da nikad nije bilo usklađeno ono što tržištu treba i ono što obrazovanje pruža. I ne postoji istraživanja koje pokazuju da je to sad kao više nešto. Znači, to je oduvek problem. Ali to ne znači da to ne treba se menja. Suština je da, naročito kad pričamo o privatnom obrazovanju, koje je vrlo zastupljeno u anglosaksonskim društvima, ja sam isto, znači, sa privatnog fakulteta, mislim da ono gde će stvarno fakulteti morati da se bore jeste da privuku tu novu generaciju, jer ta generacija je spremna da studira isključivo, i to pokazuju sva istraživanja i kod nas i u svetu, ako im obrazovanje pruža znanje koje mogu odmah i direktno da primene na tržištu. Znači, milenijalci su studirali zato što ih nešto interesuje, generacija Z studira da bi sebi obezbedila finansije za lagodan život, jer su finansijski anksiozni i to im je mnogo važno. Tako da mislim da će tu obrazovanje morati dosta da se menja, a mogu malo kasnije o tome da sad ne elaboriram sve.
Super, i opet ovo je sjajan uvod za ovaj drugi krug pitanja, kada govorimo o tim programima podrške u stvari, šta je to sve dostupno van tog nekog formalnog obrazovanja. I Tanja, prema skeneru ove godine u stvari najviše podrške su startupi naveli da su dobili kroz tu neku, da kažem, neformalnu socijalnu mrežu porodica, prijatelja, ali i kroz formalnu od strane inkubatora, akceleratora, od strane organizacija podrške, i vi kroz Preduzmi ideju u stvari dosta radite na mapiranju samih organizacija i programa koji postoje. Možeš li možda da mi navedeš tri ključne stvari koje su u segmentu podrške startupima sada trenutno u ekosistemu pomažu da brže rastu?
Pa mislim da, kao što si rekla, u okviru projekta Preduzmi ideju, mi smo radili mapiranje u stvari podrške koje startupi imaju u različitim nivoima razvoja i ono što smo videli kroz to istraživanje kada smo uporedili sa onim što je najbolja globalna praksa, u stvari pokazalo se da postoje 3 ključne stvari koji ti programi i mreže treba da praktično na neki način posjeduju ili imaju da bi omogućili da ti startupi brže rastu. Jedna je, dakle, mreža o kojoj sam već pomenula, dakle, suštinski ukoliko ti programi ili to finansiranje koje potencijalno možete da dobijete vam pružaju ulazak u neku širu mrežu kontakata, da li su to, dakle, vaši ciljani klijenti, da li je to neka mreža drugih foundera ili slično, to je nešto što je za vaš razvoj u smislu brzine kojom ćete se razvijati izuzetno važno. Takođe, ono što smo primetili jeste da one organizacije u našem ekosistemu koje omogućavaju povezivanje sa inostranim ekosistemima, sa VC-evima u inostranstvu, sa pojedincima koji opet rade na tom inostranom tržištu, da je to takođe nešto ključno i nešto što startupima omogućava da brže plasiraju svoje proizvode na inostrana tržišta i slično. I ukoliko pogledamo, na primer, Francusku, koja do pre nekih 7 godina apsolutno nije bila startup nacija, dakle ni u kom kontekstu, nikada nije bila ni među, verovatno, top 15 zemalja na svetu kada je u pitanju startup ekosistem. Oni su uspeli kroz taj takozvani residence program, gde su oni svoje najbolje startupe slali u Izrael, da tamo žive i rade određeni vremenski period, pa su ih slali u San Francisco, da tamo žive i rade određeni period i tako izgradili praktično svoje hubove foundera po svim tim ključnim centrima. Oni su praktično omogućili svojim startupima da, ono što sam malo pre rekla, u svako doba dana i noći podignu slušalicu i kažu kako ste vi uradili nešto ili kako ste ušli na ovo tržište i slično i samim tim apsolutno eksponencijalno ubrzali ono što njihovi startupi rade. I rekla bi da je treća stvar koja je jako važna, a koju smo primetili da, opet kažem, oni programi podrške koji to imaju definitivno pravi razliku, a to je da mentori koji rade sa startupima, ukoliko su organizovani tako da imate jednog glavnog mentora koji će onda zajedno sa vama biti, znači, kroz ceo proces i uočavati kada će vam biti potrebni drugi mentori u vrlo specifičnim delovima vašeg razvoja, je nešto što opet jako mnogo pomaže. Jer ukoliko radite sa velikim brojem mentora u isto vreme, koji neko od njih vam pomaže oko biznis modela, neko drugi vam pomaže oko salesa, neko treći će da radi nešto vezano za marketing i growth, i ukoliko oni međusobno ne komuniciraju, vrlo često se dešava da startupi praktično dobijaju različite instrukcije, jer svako od tih mentora gleda samo iz svog ugla i one neke svoje uske ekspertize. Ovako, kad imate glavnog mentora, onda taj neko osigurava da prvo informacije kruže među tim mentorima i obezbeđuje da sve što vam onda oni daju kao pomoć i rešenja bude prosto sinhronizovano i omogućava vam brži rast. Tako da mislim da su to neke 3 stvari koje smo primetili da su ključne kako bi ta podrška imala pozitivan efekt.
Sjajno, mislim da su baš, onako da kažem, fokusirane 3 stvari. Zoja, apropo ovoga, ajde, možda da se vratimo i na Startup Genome od pre par godina, kada nam je nekako i ta lokalna povezanost ocenjena bila na jako niskom nivou, a prateći rad sa organizacijama podrške, čini mi se da je sada nekako malo bolja situacija u odnosu na pre par godina, gde imamo organizacije, ajde kažemo, razne organizacije koje pokrivaju određene segmente što se tiče programa. Znači imamo, dakle, za taj neki rani razvoj i za startupe koji su već na tržištu.
Nisam sigurna da bih se složila. Mislim da pre par godina je zapravo bilo tih startup programa unutar različitih organizacija i zaista su pričali startup jezik. I tad je ekosistem bio dosta manji i umeđu vremenu je porastao. Šta mislim da se sada dešava je da dosta tih organizacija za podršku koji su ranije postojali i koji su često glavni ljudi na koje pomislite kada kažete startup ekosistem u Srbiji, zapravo nema program za podršku startupima, a neke druge organizacije koje su se bolje snašle s donatorima i malo više pričaju institucionalni jezik su došli do novca koji daju startupima. I mislim da se tu napravio jedan, kako bih rekla, neka podela između organizacija koje daju novac i organizacija koje imaju iskustva u radu sa startupima, ali ne daju novac. I onda su startupi u situaciji da im vam treba novac da biste uspeli, izašli na tržište i uradili sve što treba. Ali vam zapravo treba i ova druga pomoć, zato što je naš ekosistem u jako ranoj fazi i lokalna povezanost jeste bolja, ali nije realno očekivati da će vas da na nedeljnom nivou mentoriše neki drugi osnivač koji je možda dalje došao u tome od vas, ali i dalje rešava neke svoje izazove. Znači, vama treba neko drugi na neki sistematizovan način da vam kaže i da vas pomogne i da vas usmeri i da vam napravi jednu grupu ljudi koji su u sličnom izazovu kao vi i da se prosto zajedno držite i idete napred. I mislim da se dešava da su te dve grupe potpuno odvojene i da to pravi problem za startupe i mislim da uopšte u tom nekom smislu situacija nije dobra. Volela bih da vidim da u narednom periodu, to je recimo nešto što smo skoro nastri bili i na jednom istom druženju, počnemo da vidimo bolju lokalnu povezanost između organizacija koja nije samo da se ljudi iz organizacija međusobno ispričaju kada se slučajno sretnu, nego da se zapravo uvidi to da jedna organizacija ima novac da da startupima, da druga organizacija ima znanje, iskustvo pre svega, jer startupi su jedna vrlo fluidna stvar i da se te dve organizacije nađu način da zajedno rade u korist razvoja startupa i startup ekosistema. Izvinjavam se što se nisam složila, što malo zvuči tmurnije, ali mislim da je više to gde je taj neki naredni korak. Pre nije bilo para, pre mnogo organizacija to radilo na nivou entuzijazma, tako da ću opet da se vratim, startupi imaju novac, ali mislim da startup support organizacije i dalje nemaju novac da se bave startupima. Tako da je to možda isto nešto što se nadam da će se promeniti u narednom periodu.
Apsolutno se slažem, mislim da je to ona, da kažemo, samoodrživost tih organizacija o kojima govorimo i to je neki, da kažemo, logičan sledeći korak koji bi trebalo da se desi u naredne 3 godine, ali ovo sjajno jer onda posle uvod za treći krug pitanja gdje...
Stoji treći krug.
Kako beše krugova pakla, nećemo se, ali prije nego što odemo na taj treći krug, Jelisaveta, malo pre si pričala o generaciji Z i šta je ono što njih odlikuje, kada ajde potencijalno pričamo o tehnologijama koje će oni stvarati i kako će lidere izrasti, koje je tvoje mišljenje po tom pitanju?
Evo, sad ću samo, bi se nadovezala na Tanju, rekla jednu mnogo zanimljivu stvar pa me podstakla. Zapravo pričala si o ovom francuskom programu i kako su oni to razvijali. Ja sam jednom prilikom kad sam bila u Parizu imala priliku da odem u Station F i ono što je, na primjer, meni bilo jako interesantno jeste da kako su oni zapravo osmislili ceo taj French Tech program i tako dalje. I ajde sad što su kao tu na jednom mestu sve ove najveće tech kompanije od Binance-a preko, ne znam, Amazona, Microsofta, Google-a i tako dalje, koje u stvari pomažu, odnosno biraju start-upove koji razvijaju neku tehnologiju ili neku biznis model, inovaciju koja je kompatibilna njima i nekako rade dalje sa njima. Ono što mi je super tu bilo jeste da su tu i državne institucije koje u stvari stalno komuniciraju sa start-upovima i kroz to start-upovi mogu da prepoznaju tražnju koja postoji iz države kao generatora potencijalne tražnje i da onda razvijaju nešto za njih, što je baš cool, a i dodatno tu su im predstavnici tog French Tech community-a koji im pomažu da se isto povežu, ovo što je Tanja pričala, i sa drugim ekosistemima i tako dalje. Dobro, a što se tiče generacije Z i to u kakve će lidere oni izrasti i kakve će kompanije osnivati, oni već osnivaju kompanije, a izrašću lidere, po mom mišljenju, koji se suštinski bave svojim lokalnim zajednicama dok istovremeno rešavaju neke globalne izazove. Znači, to je generacija koja je veoma komunaholična, znači fokusira se na svoju komunu, ali sve vreme razmišlja o globalnim izazovima koje kroz tu komunu može da reši. I, na primjer, to tako meni deluje sad kad sam nekako malo se dublje bavila tom generacijom, mislim da su neke druge kompanije već to prepoznale i da vrlo targetiraju tu generaciju, poput ovih delivery kompanija, na primjer Volta i tako dalje. Oni su vrlo lokalne, opet vrlo globalne kompanije, tako da je to interesantno. Dakle, mislim da će rešavati lokalne probleme rešavajući globalne izazove, da će vrlo biti fokusirani na održivost i oni su na kraju krajeva poslednja generacija koja po tom pitanju nešto na ovoj planeti Zemlji može da uradi. Treća stvar, mislim da kad su nove tehnologije u pitanju, ja mislim da će oni zapravo mnogo više razvijati te biznis modele inovacije nego neke onako baš teške tek inovacije. Naročito ako gledate kako oni gledaju na tehnologiju, na primjer, oni su navikli kad je u pitanju obrazovanje i kad je u pitanju bilo koji proizvod ili usluga, da to sve bude on demand, znači oni to žele da imaju u bilo kom trenutku, na bilo kom mestu, tako da mislim da će oni tu da prave neke proboje. Dodatno, ono što je jako interesantno, ja mislim da će vrlo transformisati finansijsku industriju, finansijska tržišta i načine na koji će praktično i VC i private equity fondovi i drugi praktično druge institucije koje obezbeđuju finansiranje trebati da se bore za njih. Zašto? Zato što su oni vrlo digitalno pismeni. Vi imate sad podatak da 40% pripadnika generacije Z i milenijalaca ulaže na finansijskom tržištu. Tu dominiraju više pripadnici generacije Z i uglavnom ulažu u tech i high-tech kompanije. Tako da nije to ništa što je sad kao njima čudno. Znači, apsolutno mislim da će osnivati innovation driven i tech driven kompanije koje su opet to fokusirane na rešavanje nekih globalnih izazova. I na kraju ja mislim da oni drugačiji od nas, mislim, mi smo milenijalci sve, ali tako? Da. Da oni drugačiji od nas u stvari razmišljaju o monetizaciji. Ja mislim da je to generacija koja će monetizovati stvari koje nama nikad nisu pale na pamet. Znači, sad na primjer, mislim da je to startup baš iz UK-a, koji u stvari targetira generaciju Z i omogućava im da monetizuju njihov attention, znači njihovu pažnju. Dakle, oni biraju kojim sajtovima ili čemu god će posvetiti pažnju, koje podatke će šerovati i za to dobijaju nazad pare. Mislim, to je ono, do pre 3 godine smo o tome pričali kroz Šošanu Zuboff i Social Dilemma i oni su sad našli rešenje za to. Tako da mislim da će imati različite modele monetizacije i u stvari različite objekte koje monetizuju. Eto.
Strava, hvala puno. Ovo je onda još bolji uvod u budućnost koja nas čeka. I ajde ovako možda za kraj da prođemo još jedan krug, da svako od vas možda navede 1 ili 2 stvari gde biste voljeli da vidite poboljšanje ili možda gde već vidite gde je krenulo i gde možda treba dodatni neki push. Eto, sad može ko hoće.
Da, ja držim mikrofon, tako da žao mi je. Što se mene tiče iz neke moje perspektive, ono gde bih ja stvarno voljela da vidim ozbiljan napredak, to je u tom delu oko toga kako osnivači pičuju. Znači, definitivno, to je jedna od stvari gde bih stvarno voljela da dođemo do tog nivoa, da budemo na onome gde su neke druge nacije i mislim da mi to možemo, ali da stvarno moramo da uložimo vreme i trud u to i da shvatimo da iako je neko osnivač, ne znači da treba da pičuje investitoru zato što možda nema određene skillove koji mogu da prodaju taj startup tom investitoru i možda neko drugi u našem timu ima mnogo bolji skill u tome i da je to nešto gde mislim da mi moramo da steknemo tu neku svest da nije uvek osnivač onaj koji ide kod investitora, odnosno možda koji pičuje, uvek naravno bit će tu svakako u svim pregovorima i svemu ostalom. I mislim da je druga stvar možda u kojoj bih voljela da takođe vidim neki naš napredak u razmišljanju, a to je da ne krećemo od toga da rešavamo problem koji smo identifikovali u Srbiji, bez razmišljanja o tome da li je to problem nekome van ovog regiona, dakle nekome na globalnom tržištu, i da na neki način prosto uložimo mnogo više vremena u to da rešavamo te neke globalne probleme i sa druge strane da ne bude osnivačima prvi instinkt kada pričaju o tome gde će se sledeće proširiti, to je uglavnom širimo se na region i sledeće prvo tržište US. U većini slučajeva to nije US, zato što taj problem je mnogo izraženiji možda u Aziji ili možda u Indiji i tamo možete možda mnogo lakše da dođete do ogromnog udela u tržištu nego što ćete to uraditi u San Francisku gde je totally saturated market i imate hyper severe konkurenciju koja je dobila možda 50 miliona eura investicija za razliku od vaših 2 sa koje ste možda, ako ste stvarno bili super, krenuli odavde od naših ljudi koji ulažu u ovaj region. Tako da u tom... Šta? Klik je jako skup, da. Tako da u tom nekom kontekstu, to su možda neki, sa jedne strane, saveti svim onima koji su osnivači, jer, kažem, negde naš prvi instinct reaction, imamo problem u Srbiji, ne razmišljamo o tome da li je to problem globalno i sa druge strane nekako US je uvek prvo tržište, a onda VC-evi obično to vide drugačije od vas, jer prosto uradili su možda domaći zadatak bolje. Tako da eto.
Sad je mikrofon kod mene. Ja ću biti dosledna, pa ću opet da pričam o parama. To je to. Ne, u suštini mislim da je ovo jako važno da čini mi se da startupi treba više da razmišljaju o tome da zarade novac nego da rejzuju novac. I mislim da je to, pogotovo sad vidimo i čitava kriza, nešto će se dešavati i to neće biti sjajno, ali zašto mislim da to može biti prilika za naše startupe je zato što, nekog novca za počinjanje biznisa, neki novac za počinjanje biznisa postoji i to je super taj moment da vi date otkaz, da posvetite više vremena, platite eksperte gde vam trebaju, ali da fokus mora biti ja izlazim na tržište i zarađujem od ovoga i izgradit ću održivi biznis. A s druge strane, zašto mislim da to kod nas može bolje da opstane nego, na primjer, u Americi, zato što su tamo gađani parama i Zapadna Evropa i Amerika decenijama i pitanje je kako će se ti preduzetnici snaći u trenutku kada nemaju Patagonija dukseve da podele svim fanovima ikada i ceđene sokove i svakog zaposlenog koji im je potreban. A kod nas već mi imamo tu kulturu i s druge strane naši startupi imaju tu kulturu, zato što pre 15 godina kada je počinjao jedan Nordeus, Active Collab, Render Text, Seven Bridges, mislim, Seven Bridges je tu bio jedini koji je nešto fundraise-ovo, ovi ostali su svi bili bootstrapovani, znači dosta njih je radilo usluge, software, prodavalo svoje sate da bi finansiralo svoj proizvod i mislim da postoji ta kultura preživljavanja na malo novca i građanja biznisa na malo novca i da postoji iskustvo ljudi koji će vam pomoći kako da to bolje uradite. Tako da, eto, ja bih voljela to da vidim da, iako ima tog novca, da zapravo glavni fokus bude pravljenje novca.
Sjajno, hvala ti.
Evo, ja ću kratko, ja ću isto da ostanem dosledna pa ću pričamo o obrazovanju. Ja mislim da je, kako bismo u budućnosti zapravo stvarali ljude koji su stvarno nezavisni i koji nekako mogu sami da prave tu svoju budućnost kroz osnivanje svoje kompanije. Mislim da obrazovanje mora da se transformiše na način da ljude uči različitim multidisciplinarnim veštinama koje im omogućavaju da se u stvari da navigiraju kroz ovo okruženje koje se stalno i jako brzo menja. To je jedna stvar. Druga stvar, mislim da je jako važno da ljude učimo self-managementu i to ne na fakultetu već mnogo ranije. Treća stvar, mislim da programi treba da budu kreirani tako da cilj obrazovanja bude isti, ali da u stvari način na koji ja učim bude personalizovan prema meni. Tako da mislim da su to neke 3 stvari koje obrazovanje treba da stigne i na kraju krajeva da radi zaista, to bar kad pričamo o visokom obrazovanju, stvarno, naročito kad pričamo o fakultetima koji mogu da budu fleksibilni i koji mogu brzo da se organizuju i smisle neki program, da suštinski stvarno, ali stvarno sarađuju sa privredom na tome. Zato što privreda pravi svoje strategije i tako dalje, oni znaju ili bar znači imaju neku viziju gde će da budu za nekih 10-15 godina, a suštinski obrazovanje ne treba da pravi kadrove za sad, nego za tih 10-15 godina. Tako da, eto, to su neke stvari.
Sjajno, hvala vam puno, stvarno na i sjajnom inputu, insightu, da kažem, sa svih strana smo nekako uspjeli da pokrijemo ovaj ekosistem, verujem da je dobar deo publike mogu i da se inspiriše za neke stvari, tako da još jednom hvala sa moje strane i uživajte u ostatku, ja bih rekla.
Hvala, Nedo, isto na sjajnom moderiranju panela i jako interesantnim pitanjima. Utisci, kako je bila? Zadovoljni? Odlično. Stigli smo do posljednjeg dela. Znate šta nam je činiti sada? Onaj i lepi i uzbudljivi deo proglašenja pobednika. Sad čekaj ćemo da... Super. Žiri je imao izazovan zadatak od 7 da izabere 3 startupa koja će osvojiti dodatne investicije i... osvojiti dodatne investicije i moći da ulože u svoj razvoj. Jeste spremni? Ok. Može. 3. mesto na prvoj The Future is Now konferenciji osvojio je tim Hirecast i njihova nagrada je 2000 evra. Nadam se da će nam se pridružiti online.
Tu sam. Hvala puno za lepe vesti i baš nam je drago zbog toga. Definitivno pomoći nam mnogo u razvoju startupa.
Sve čestitke, bravo. Divno je da vas vidimo svo troje sada. Bravo. Da. Imate priliku da vidite i drugo mesto sada ovde na chatu. Drugo mesto na ovogodišnjem takmičenju osvojio je tim Outpost Chest. Nagrada je powered by S-Leasing i nagrada od 3000 evra. Ide njima. Sve čestitke.
Hvala puno, mi presrećni. Hvala puno.
I puno uspeha u realizaciji i u budućim poduhvatima. Bravo. I ostao je još jedan poslednji tim, odnosno prvi tim i tim koji je osvojio nagradu od 5000 evra, a to je tim Ralf. Može jedan aplauz veliki i pozivam tim da nam se pridruži ovde. Nagradu od 5000 evra uručit će Igor Radošević ispred Native Teamsa, VP of Revenue. Možemo da pozdravimo, bravo. Čestitke. Evo ja ću stati sa strane. Aha. Bravo, sve čestitke i neka je sa srećom u realizaciji i implementaciji ovog budžeta. Veliko hvala svim učesnicima. Možete i slikati napolju taman. Veliko hvala svim učesnicima takmičenja i start-upima koji su se prijavili i koji su izložili danas ovde ideje. I veliko hvala svima vama koji ste izdvojili vreme danas da aktivno učestvujete u stvaranju budućnosti. Pričali smo negde na početku da je ovo budućnost koja je već stigla, freelancing i remote radi nešto što već svi ovde živimo na jedan ili na drugi način i ideje koje smo imali prilike da čujemo već imaju prilike da nekako ko-kreiraju budućnosti, da pokreću neke važne promene. Nadam se da ste se inspirisali, da ste dobili možda ideje za neku svoju ideju ili vrijedne resurse koje ćete moći da iskoristite za vaš budući lični i profesionalni razvoj. Meni je bilo veliko zadovoljstvo da podelim ovaj ceo dan sa vama i želim vam lep ostatak dana. I za kraj možemo da uputimo jedan aplauz i vama i Native Teamsu koji je sve ovo organizovao i da vas pozovem da se pridružite na žurci. Pa se nadam da se dogodine vidimo ovde u još većem broju. Hvala još jednom svima.